Hello, my fellow employees. We're back at it again. Another day at the office, another day at work. How's everybody doing? Everybody staying busy? I hope. You guys slacking again? Yeah, of course you slacking. Lazy motherfuckers. I mean, it's alright to be lazy sometimes, but you're gonna get bored of it at some point, yo. My OCD. Right. So what were we talking about yesterday? What did we do yesterday? Anybody remember? I mean, we watched a couple of Destiny's debate. Oh no, we watched one of Destiny's debates. Apart from that, we also played some League. What else did we do? I cannot remember for the life of me. What else did? Oh yeah, we did some interviews as well. I think it was like 2 or 3, like good ones. One of them was a bit awkward, considering that it's fine to have a conversation with somebody. Like, I haven't got a problem. Like, when I go and I interview people, if they start asking questions and they're insistent on, like, interviewing me, basically, well, asking me a bunch of questions, I ain't got no problem answering them. But it changes the focus and puts it on me. And I haven't got a problem with that. But I think it's better if I keep that to my own stream. So if somebody were to come here and wanted to interview me, then yeah, I'm all for it. This is the thing. This is how I see it. This is how I make my calculations. It's like, would I like if somebody else were to join my chat and potentially offer me an opportunity to be interviewed? Personally, I'm all for it. But it doesn't seem like I'm on the same level as other streamers. Not talking about like in terms of views and everything. In fact, in terms of views and followers and everything, I don't think I'm doing that bad. But my expectations are very, very high when it comes to like the content creation, the streams and everything. They're very high because, well, I haven't got time to, do the natural process of like wait 6 months, a year before like accruing a decent amount of followers. The reason for that is, well, basically, you see the fucking title of the stream. Changing the world is not something easy and something that can even be done in one lifetime. Now, I have a system in place and a plan for all of this, which makes it possible. Theoretically, it is possible to make this happen. That's why I'm going for it. Meaning it is possible to make it happen in terms of numbers and in theoretically speaking. But apart from that, there's nothing suggesting that this is possible within one lifetime. And so, yeah, I have to rush. I don't see streaming and content creation as, I want to be a streamer. That's my main source of income. That's not like reliable in my opinion. Like your odds of being successful when it comes to content creation is not just being successful. You could be sitting at like 100K subscribers. Yeah, surreal. You could be sitting at like 100K subscribers and yeah, you still not like making a living. Oh, ganja dad. Hello. Yeah, you want to do this for a living. You want to do this for the rest of your life. Oh, Kiki boy. Holy shit, yo, let's go. All the boys in the chat. You want to get this done, you want to do it for a living, you better be willing to put yourself out there and be unique, find your niche, and all of this good stuff that I talk about on a daily basis. And even then, like, you might be making a monthly salary. You might just be scratching the edge when it comes to how much you need to survive, like pay rent, food, water, all of these things. And that's fine for some people. Like, some people would be fine with that. I can see that happening. Like, they're chilling. They just want to like put on their stream on a daily basis, like have their followers and live off subscribers and all of that stuff. Like, that's fine. But again, even if just that's what you're going for, and I say just because, well, you can literally go and work a 9 to 5 and accomplish the same result, meaning in terms of money, being able to survive. It's not the same. You have the bonus of being able to do this, which is fucking awesome, by the way. Like, if you're interested in becoming a content creator, like, the idea is fucking awesome. Like, you get to fucking chill with your boys, and play fucking games or talk about whatever the hell you want and get paid to do so. But here's the statistic for you. Like, yeah, exactly. There's no reason why 35% of guys who are like, I think the number is like 20 years. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Like, it's like 20 years and under, or even up to 30 years old by now. Like, this statistic is quite old. Like, you're like 30 years and under, like 35% when it comes to like Western civilization. I'm not talking about you casual Africa and India. I'm talking about like America, United Kingdom, like Europe, okay? They want to be content creators. They want to be streamers, and I fucking understand it. And I'm not one of those. I know I'm a bit of a boomer when it comes to certain things, but not this. This is one thing that I can definitely get behind. What the fuck is my YouTube chat doing again? Yo, this shit is welcome to live chat. It says, all right, welcome, bro. I cannot see you. If there is somebody in here, wait. Let's see. Whoa, there, buddy. Yeah. So if you're, there's nobody in here. No fucking stupid YouTube bullshit. Yeah, I can. You pissing me off now. Okay, there we go. Right, so yeah, it's no reason that they want to be like content creators, streamers. Like, I mean, think about it for a second. Like when I was young, and here we go. Here's the boomer giving his take on fucking when back in my day, things were a lot different. Like, fuck off, you little fucks. It was very different. Like, if you were a gamer back then, I can't speak on behalf of like Americans or English, but I grew up in Cyprus. So if you were a gamer, like when I was a kid, like you got picked on. Like, it wasn't like a casual thing that everybody did. Like, all the boys at my age back then were like driving around on motorbikes. Like, Cyprus is very, well, in my villages where I grew up, kids like drive motorbikes, like not bicycles, motorbikes, okay? And like, you have no idea. Like, I will get into it at some point, maybe, if you guys are interested. But yeah, if you were like a gamer back then, like, you got the shit taken out of you. Like, what did they used to call us? Just like you casual fucking floros, vudiros, like shit like that, which is. But nowadays, okay, I'm gonna get to the point. It takes me forever to do that, but nowadays, it's a lot easier. Like, you guys have got to get behind me on this. Like, it's a lot more casual to be a gamer nowadays. To play games, okay? Like, it doesn't matter what kind of game, whether you're into FPS, RPGs, strategy, it doesn't fucking matter. Playing games is something that's really casual, and this is something that I love, by the way. I love the fact that I wouldn't recommend we like be proponents of that. But if it's something that you like to do, and at the end of the day, you want to chill the fuck out, play a game like with your boys, like I'm totally for that. Like it doesn't matter how old you are. I'm a little bit old fashioned, so I prefer other things as well. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with gaming, and that's one thing that I really enjoy about today's world that we live in. There's not that stereotypical mindset. In fact, like being a gamer nowadays, it's like you have opportunities that you didn't have back then. Don't be telling your parents this, by the way. I'm just gonna put it out there for you guys. Like if you kids are thinking about like becoming a content creator or a streamer, like fuck that. Don't tell your parents. I'm not one of those guys who's gonna be like, yeah, your parents are gonna be wholly supportive of you. Fuck that. No, they're not. They're gonna be like, go to school, get a fucking education, go and provide to society, which I definitely suggest you do that. But on the other hand, you do have opportunities. But if you go about it the wrong way, you're going to end up failing. I'm not fucking with you. I'm not here to tell you like, oh yeah, you're going to be successful, blah, blah. You're not. Like, you're just not. The fact that I'm here, I have so many creative ideas. Like I'm on a daily basis pushing myself to think of other things. Like I doubt myself on a daily basis. Daily. Like every single day, I'm like, is this actually going to work? Maybe, maybe not. Who the fuck knows? But I'm not here telling you, oh yeah, if it works, cool. If it doesn't, who the fuck cares? I care. I care a lot. I am 100% dedicated to make this work. Like this is something that I've dove in headfirst to accomplish. Kind of similar to trading and investing. And that turned out well because, well, my success rate is like unheard of. Now, when it comes to streaming, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like with content creation, it's not something that I can like say that I'm awfully passionate about. But I enjoy it. I enjoy the communication and learning things. And I can see why the most common answer I get when I ask people, why do you stream, is just to talk to people, communicate, play games, and do what the fuck I want and get paid. Except for they fail to mention they get paid, which for me is like, it's a contradiction in itself. It's like you're fucking yourself in the ass. You literally grabbing a big ass fucking dildo and shoving up right up your rectum. Like you can't be doing that. You need to come here with the attitude of you are going to be successful. Now, before I continue, I'm going to help you do that. I'm not here telling you that you're going to be successful on your own. You're not. Or at least you shouldn't expect to be. Unless you've got some sort of talent that nobody else has, like literally nobody else has. Or you're like really, really good at something. I don't fucking know. But you got to have a real good speciality. And unless you do, you're probably, there's like a 99% chance you're not going to be, 90% chance you're not going to be successful. Or even at 99, I wouldn't be surprised. You need help. You need help. It's the same like running any other kind of business. And this is where we, our generation and younger, we fall short. Because we look at this still with the mindset of, it's just something that I do sometimes and maybe I'll become successful and like this. No. Me and you both know that's bullshit. Me and you both know that you want to do this, that this is what you want to do with your life. I'm focusing primarily on like content creation right now, but this can apply to any other kind of business. But the thing that this is not known, like when you go and you speak to anybody in public or you grab your parents, let's just take your parents for an example, okay? And you say, I want to be a businessman one day. Like you're fucking 15 years old and you say to them, I want to have my own business. I want to run my own shit, be my own boss. Like there is a 50-50 chance that they are going to back you on that. They're going to say, good for you. The other 50% chance is there are a lot of piece of shit fucking parents out in the world. Not mine. Mine are awesome. I'm one of the lucky ones. But But there is a good fucking 50% chance that your parents are just like going to totally ignore you. Now, that's not due to like they have a legitimate reason to do so. It's more of the fact that they're just like not intelligent or not educated, or they just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, there's nothing wrong with starting your own business, or you are in a specific situation where you're not privileged. Let's just say, I know this word gets thrown around all the time, but to be fair, we are pretty privileged in the Western world. Right? Again, Europe, England, United States, all of these places. And so we do have opportunities, quite a lot of us. If you're watching this stream, basically, most of us are going to have some sort of an opportunity to risk it and go after something. So yeah, it's not always like they're piece of shit parents. It's like, it depends on your situation. So if you guys are like living on minimum wage and your parents are struggling, they're trying to survive together and they don't like get behind you on this, like, you can't blame them. They're trying their best to give you the best life they can and support themselves as well and everybody to be all right, and they just haven't figured out a way to do it, or they haven't managed to do that, and so they can't like support you on that idea. But let's just put all of those like special scenarios to the side, and let's just say, for the fuck of it, that most parents, if they're in an okay situation, if they are out in the world, they see how things work, they're pretty sophisticated, intelligent, educated, they are probably going to back you on that, and they'll be like, okay, good. You at least have an aim in life, okay? There is a positive there. Now, if you were to turn around and say to them, I want to be a content creator, I want to do something online. Let's just take it all the way and go to online. Like, you want to do something online, not in the real world, not brick and mortar. Now your chances have dropped from 50% to 10%. Like, there are only going to be 10% of parents out in the world who are going to back you on that. Very, very few and far away from each other. Like, and there's a good reason for that. But then again, there's not such a good reason, which is, the good reason is this is fairly new. Like, having a shop, owning a business, building a company, this shit has existed for the last fucking 150, 200, maybe you can even go back to like 300, 500 years ago. Internet is very, very new. Like, we're talking about, we have 20 years of actual experience with the internet. So it took, after the 2000.com bubble, it took probably about 5 years for things to actually become kind of, okay, maybe this is not just a fad. And then let's just say that it's been about 20 years, okay? So as you can see, 520. But just do the maths there and understand that there is a reason why in society it's frowned upon and it's not looked at as a legitimate way to make money. That's going to change. It's going to take time for that to change. But it is going to change because, well, this is the future. It's just business 101. Working online, working like with content creation online. Again, anything that has to do with online, it is faster, cheaper, more efficient, more widespread, global. Like, there are so many advantages to having a business online that brick and mortar, or when I say brick and mortar, it's like, just imagine a shop, a physical shop in the real world, whatever. Yeah. So there are so many advantages to owning an online business, and it's just more efficient. That's why it's not going anywhere. Okay. That's why I'm very optimistic about the future when it comes to the online world. So why aren't people getting with that? Why aren't they understanding this? Why is not everybody behind this? And every time somebody mentions, oh, I want to start something online, I want to be a content creator, I want to be a streamer, I want to be a YouTuber, why is it looked at as if, oh my God, what the fuck are you going after? Like, you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. So, and they're not exactly wrong about that either. And the thing about that is because there is already so much competition online. Like intelligent people with money, already knew this stuff quite a long time ago. Like we're talking like 10 years ago, and they already made a huge push to get behind it and understand that either you follow it or you get left behind. And so there is a lot of competition. Is that the only reason though? No, it's not the only reason. At least not in my mind. The other huge reason, the most biggest reason, it's actually a problem that I'm going to solve myself, and you guys are going to help me do that. And that is legitimizing the online world. And more so when it comes to like, yeah, just the online world in general and the physical world. But it's a lot easier to do it and a lot faster and more efficient to do it online first. And that's where I am now. So that's where we're starting. And what do I mean? Okay. You got to look at the traditional world and how it operates, okay? In the traditional world, you have a guy, girl, whatever, group of people that have an idea. We're going to start at the base here, right? For whatever reason, we're not going to go into the huge details about how they came up with the idea and why they decided to do this. Let's just say there is a group of people that decided to start a business. And the way it works is you build on that idea, you build a business plan, or you introduce somebody into your like company, your group that knows about these things. They then help you build a real business plan, one that you can explain to people with money, investors, on the other hand. And traditionally, what will happen is if you can start off without any capital or minimal capital, what you're going to do is you're going to go on and you're going to start it by yourselves. On the other hand, there are some people that don't have that kind of capital, and it costs a lot to get this up and running. Maybe there are algorithms involved and data servers and maintenance and a lot of shit that online world relies on. And so that's where investors come into it and venture capital comes into it. Okay. But then you're probably thinking, okay, you idiot, what about Silicon Valley? Isn't that literally what you just explained, but for the online world? Yes, you are right. But that only goes a certain length. And what I'm talking about is online businesses. It stops at content creation. Nobody wants to touch content creation. Have you heard anybody looking to invest in streamers, looking to invest in YouTubers or Twitch streamers or Rumble creators, whatever the fuck you want to go out there? Have you ever heard, not somebody who's already recognized, not somebody who's like a top fucking streamer and then they get given an offer from another company to go onto their platform? No, we've seen that, but that's not what I'm talking about. We're talking about somebody like me, somebody like you, who's wants to be a content creator. You have the idea, you've gone ahead, you've bought a webcam, you've got your microphone, you've got things to a suitable level. You have a plan, you know where you're going, you know what kind of content you want to create. Like you have things organized, okay? You're not just some guy who's like, yeah, I want to be a streamer, and then you put your fucking camera there that's aiming down at the keyboard, or you probably don't even have a camera and you're just mumbling behind your throat, like an absolute moron. Because trust me, I've been all over Twitch right now. It's only been like a month so far, but I've seen a lot of people that sit at the bottom of the charts for a good reason. For a very good reason. And that is because they put no effort into it whatsoever. Like, here's me, who's 30 years old, fucking boomer mentality, never used TikTok until about 3 weeks ago. I'm legitimately being serious right now. Like, I will show you the phone that I was using up until about a week ago when it was my birthday and I actually bought a normal telephone. Like, I was so disadvantaged. Like, there were so many reasons for me to not start to get things. The things that you guys inherently already know. You already have so much knowledge that I had to go out there and find out. So much experience that you naturally gain from, like, you want to be, we are social beings in general, and you guys like have friends on TikTok or like YouTube and Instagram, I don't fucking know what. And you already use these things, you already know how these things operate. And here's me, who after fucking 5 years of TikTok existing decides to create a fucking TikTok account. So I do not have any mercy when it comes to these things, because if you're like younger than me, like even if you're a fucking day younger than me, I'm going to be critical of you if you are not up to the standard and you're here for the long run. Meaning, not here for the long run, if this is what you want to do. Now, if you're trying to deny it or lie to yourself, whatever, that's your problem. That's got nothing to do with me. I ain't got no time for that shit. I'm not here to persuade you or motivate you or sell you on the idea of following your dreams, your goals. No, fuck that. I ain't got time for that shit. You have your shit figured out. You know what you want to do in life, and that's where I get behind you. That's where I come in and I help you out. I go and I interview streamers all the time, but you don't see me interviewing people who have no webcams, no mic, have no fucking structure to their channel, like just mumbling, ranting about random fucking shit. Like, I am quite specific. One, you have to speak English, kind of obvious, duh. Two, you have to have a webcam, a mic. Three, a decent mic, meaning we can actually communicate and it's not like, like, like proper fucking loud or screeching. So there are certain requirements for me to come and interview you guys. Now you're probably thinking, who the fuck cares if you interview me? Well, you should care, because that interview then gets transformed into a TikTok or a YouTube video. And right now I'm not, charging anybody. Obviously, I need to have an advantage in this game, and that's why I do those things. So I'm incentivized to do this, basically. Right now, what I'm doing, I'm building my portfolio. I'm going out there and just interviewing people, creating TikToks, shorts, YouTube videos, posting them, and attributing them, like giving them credit for the fucking video. They are the main source of attraction there. So you naturally will. Okay, worst case scenario, I am not successful and nobody gives a shit and you have lost absolutely nothing. Like, when I come to your stream, I don't ask you to do anything different. We just talking, you just talk, and I record you. That's it. Like, you're not doing anything to benefit from this. That's the way I look at it. In return, I take the piss out of you, I criticize you, I will make content out of you, use you as a fucking fish and bait, whatever. I'm the fisherman. And I'm going to use it to my advantage. But in the future, if this does become successful, again, you've done nothing for this. Then you could, even that is better than nothing, okay? Get some views because of the videos. People will see the video, they'll like what they see in the short, the video, the TikTok, and they will come to your channel because it's like there in the video. I always give credit, or at least I try to. There are some people who I just don't like, and they piss me off, and they can go fuck themselves. If they want credit for their videos in the future, well, they can fucking sue me. But yeah, that's what's going on right now. That's what we're doing up until now. Now I want to take it a step further because my interviews are yeah, so to finish the point, that is what I'm doing right now. That is like plan A, ground floor, okay? To advertise to market. I'm advertising you guys at the same time myself. That's the way it is. Anyone can do this. You just have to tell people that you're a streamer, you're recording them so they know, and then after that, you're good to go. As far as I know. I don't even know if you need to tell them, but I tell people anyway because there are some people that like get all weird and pissy about shit that's like, what are you fucking complaining about? Are you not here to? Yeah, I can't deal with people that like are here and they have this bullshit fucking answer. It's like, yeah, I have so much free time. My life is so good that, you know what? I don't fancy playing games alone or with my friends. No, I'm going to put my camera on and waste all your fucking time because, well, yeah, that's my life. That's who I am. Like, that's how I look at it. I look at it as disrespectful. Like, people can take it as they want. I've heard plenty of arguments for I'm doing it for fun. And if something comes out of it, then cool. But to me, it's like, nah, you just just being a fucking idiot. Like, bro, go after it. Why the fuck not? Like, if you want to fucking sit on your computer, play games, make a living from it, go after it. Try. That's why it pisses me off because it's like they don't even want to try because they're scared to fail. And I'm like 90% sure that most people here, and I'm not going to put down on this, are just scared to admit it to themselves that they're here to make a living. They're here to survive from this. They're here to become successful. Yes, the communication is a part of it. Yes, they get to have fun and do what the fuck they want. But at the same time, they are hoping to stay here. I can only imagine that. Why would you start in the first place if you're like, oh yeah, I just want to do this one time and then I'm done? Like that shit doesn't fly with me. It doesn't make sense. So I'm like 90% sure that most people who give me that excuse, that is the underlying reason they do that, is because they're just scared to fail. And yeah, failing does suck. Trust me, my whole life is a failure, literally. So I can definitely speak on that behalf. And I have no regrets. I have no regrets. I have lived a crazy, crazy fucking life. Like, I will have stories to tell until the day I die. Like, that's the kind of life I have lived up until now and will continue to live at some level. I've settled down quite a bit. I'm a lot more mature than I used to be. But yeah, let's dive head in. Do I recommend everybody do that? No, fuck that. Probably have a plan would be a lot more better. But yeah, you guys have got to put yourselves out there. You guys have got to put yourselves out there because I'm like the teacher that I fucking hated when I was in school right now. Like, that's what I think of myself as. Like, telling you guys these things. The fucking annoying fucking teacher that's always busting my balls because they see the potential that I have and they're trying to make me go after it. And I'm like, nah, fuck that. So yeah, I get it if you guys don't want to hear this, but you're gonna hear it if you're here. So you're welcome to fucking like exit the stream because I ain't gonna stop. Like, I want you guys to be successful. But again, the teacher in that sense was just telling you these things and was there to like help you or teach you. I'm taking it a step further and I'm saying to you, yes, you do have potential, but you also have a reason to be doubting yourself, like not believing in yourself. The reason that you come here and you're so scared to fail, there is a legitimate reason for that. And I'm going to help you overcome that. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I'm financially incentivized. Like, legit. There is nothing fucking good about this or I'm some kind of hero. Now, fuck that. I'm more of a villain than I am a hero. This whole changing the world thing is a selfish dream that I have. That's it. I want the world to be not in a perfect place. We're not ever going to get in utopia. I want balance in life. I want people to make sense, to think before they speak, to base things on facts rather than opinions. Opinions are all right, but try to keep facts as much as you can, because that's something you can base reality off. So, yeah, that's what I want. And I want people to have opportunities, to have, it's there for you. And then I can chill the fuck out. Because as long as the world is in the state it is, I can't relax. The fact that, people yapping and crying and whinging and moaning all the fucking time for good reasons. Some people for bad reasons, other people for no reason, other people too much free time, basically. Yeah, I want them all to shut the fuck up. That is legitimately the reason I'm doing all of this. That is the fucking reason. I have this thing where I feel other people. I can't explain it. I can't put it into words. It's just like when I walk into a room, I get. It's more of a feeling than. Well, it's kind of a thought as well. So it's like my brain's fucking figuring shit out. Probably I don't fucking know what the fuck it is, but yeah, I just like feel a room. Like when I walk into it, like without knowing the people there, like I can figure out, or kind of like I'll be 80% accurate. I will say that about what's going on, what happened, who's angry with who's happy with who, what's going on, and to quite an extent. Like I'll be watching a movie and I will literally predict the whole fucking movie within the first 5 minutes. Like, and that's an okay thing. It's a good thing to have, especially if you want to be an investor, because it gives you an advantage. But it's also a little bit of a pain in the ass, because it's like you can't ever fucking chill the fuck out. Like the fact that I know the shit that I know about the world is a good enough reason for me to say that I cannot relax now. Now that I know that stuff, I asked too many questions when I was a kid and growing up. And that's why I chased the answer, the truth, or whatever. And it led me down some really dark and strange places, but also some okay places. And I did get answers. In fact, too many answers. I asked too many questions. But I know what's going on in the world, and I'm not that convinced that everybody else or most people do, in fact. Some people are quite on point, but they're quite rare. It's quite rare to find someone who like makes sense when they talk. Like people are usually like on one or the other side. Like you have like the fucking boomers, I guess you guys call them, which is like we should trust everything that is spoken about from authority. You have to be disciplined, and I agree with that. And then you also have to ask questions. You have to know. You have to have freedom as an individual, and I agree with that as well. What happens? Where does life lie? So I've asked myself all of these questions, which has brought me to where it has today. And that is where the answers are usually the most simple, fucking no brain, zero mind exercise, simple, fucking basic ass life shit. Lies in the middle. Like it's not this extreme ideology or the other one. Like we need to completely destroy the system and like, nah, motherfucker. Or we need to just keep on doing what we're doing because it obviously works. Yeah, it does work, but it could work better. And in your scenario, you can go fuck yourselves because I'm not into fucking chaos and anarchy. It might sound interesting. And when I was like 20 years old, I was like, yeah, fuck, I want a revolution. So yeah, we can like go out and pillage and fucking like steal shit, and you never have to do anything. Fuck order, fuck authority. Yeah, I've been there. Like, I was the guy at 18, 20 years old who was like posting on Facebook when Facebook was still a thing, like talking about like conspiracy theories against like the government and shit. And yeah, everybody was like, oh my God, he's at it again. So I know where you guys are coming from. I might not see things like completely, like 100%. Like, I know exactly what you guys are thinking, but I think I'm able to like put myself in your shoes and see the world from your perspective, but then give you also a little bit of like big bro advice, I guess, or just like a helping hand. And yeah, I'm gonna benefit from it. Again, I need to say this. Like, I cannot leave this unsaid because I don't want people to get the image that, you know, I'm doing this out of the pureness of my heart or some bullshit like that, or I've had an epiphany from some kind of god or some bullshit like that. Yeah, it's not. No, it's just some things make sense and some things just don't. And I want to like deal with the shit that doesn't make sense. Like, let's put it down as a fact, okay? Let's move on, whatever it is. And let's strive to accomplish better. Bro, I want adventure, motherfucker. Like, me watching anime and like One Piece and shit and wanting to like go and travel the seas with your crew and like have all these amazing adventures. Like, yo, I'm not too old to think like, yo, I want that. And it's not good enough for me to just be a fucking anime. Yo, I want that shit in reality. Okay, look, we don't need to be in boats and traveling the sea, but like, it's a metaphor, right? Just have a fucking adventure. Like, it kind of seems like we're living in this world where everything's figured out, everything is the way it is, and it's never going to change. And that might be partially true, and it is definitely true unless like people do something about it, which is why I'm here. Because I have a big fascination, love for life and what life has to offer, and the connections we build along the way, and the experiences that we go through together, and having like a team or people you can rely on, your boys, whatever you want to call them. Like, all of that shit means a lot to me. Like, that is legitimately something that I think a lot of guys my age, younger than me, can relate to. I don't think that's far-fetched to believe that. And I'm not the guy who's going to tell you it's not going to happen. Let's just fuck shit up. And yeah, it's all going to the shit anyway. If we are going, okay, I will say this, okay? If we try to make this happen, like if we give this a really good push, and you guys back me on this, and we get it up and running, and you know, we're investing in different people, in companies, in businesses, and you know, we're growing the future that we are trying that we want to live in, okay? And for some reason, shit goes straight and goes off road, and you know, it kind of seems like we've hit a wall that we're not going to overcome. Like, it's impossible to overcome something. I don't fucking know. It's like there's a physical barrier that we just cannot get over. Like, it's physically impossible, okay? Or mentally or whatever. Then I will say to you, guys, I'm going to lead you into the pit of hell, and let's destroy every inch of this fucking earth, okay? Like, that's who I am. But right now, it doesn't seem like we are hopeless, okay? Trust me, if we are hopeless, I'm going to be the first one to tell you we are. Like, guaranteed 100%. I will be the guy who's going to tell you, yo, all hope is lost. Let's just restart the game. Let's, like, game over. Let's go again. Okay. GG's FF. Like, you will see it in every game I play in League of Legends. Like, once shit goes sour, some fucking troll comes in, feeds the game. Yo, I'm FFing. Like, I have zero interest in playing this fucking game. Like, you've come here, you've destroyed the game. The purpose of the game is to win, to destroy the Nexus, and move on. But some fucking peasants go in and they destroy the game. So yeah, I'm the first one who says FF. Unless I'm playing, we're just casually playing with the boys or whatever. But yeah, if it's like ranked, like this is why I support like Tyler One. Like when I see his documentary or I've like seen videos about him, like usually I will support him. And the reason for that is because he's not the toxic one. Believe it or not, he's not fucking toxic. The people who are toxic are the people who go into the game. You're playing a ranked game. You are coming here to play at your maximum potential. You can have a bad game, but I don't care about that. I don't give a fuck if you're having a bad game. Like, you better come here and give it your all. And if you do that, then you're not going to have the same result as what you have. Like, if somebody comes into the game and they're like 1-9 by the 15 minutes in, like, that motherfucker is an absolute piece of shit in my mind. He's the most toxic fucking thing available in that game. Like, that's the way I see it. Because it's fine to have a bad game, but having a bad game can only be excused if you're like 0-4. Like, that's my limit. Usually I'm playing a game. If I go 0-4, there's only like a 1% chance that I'm going to just like snowball the fucking game for the other team. So like, it's very, very rare. It happens, but when it does happen, this is the difference between me and those people. I slash all and I say, report me. I say, I'm trolling. I've thrown the game. FF, guys, because, I fucked up the game for you. I take responsibility, accountability, in other words. Now, you guys are probably thinking, Jesus Christ, what a fucking loser. Yeah, I know. It's fine. I don't really care. I love playing games. And, yeah, if a game has been thrown, move on. Go to the next one. Like, it's no point, like, doing this die-hard shit. You shouldn't be feeding in the first place, is my point. Yeah, so that's why I get behind like Tyler One. Like, I understand his logic. He's a very logical human being most of the time. Like, I'm pretty sure he's done some like actually dumb shit in his life, haven't we all? But yeah, most of the time it's like based. Like that's what I think of as based. Like, I don't see how. Yeah, pretty cool. The whole running it down, like, I don't do that shit. But I see his logic for it, and it's because people don't FF. And I know I'm using the comparison of League, but apply it to life itself and you will get the point. Like, that's why I'm saying to you, like, if shit hits the fan and we know, like, this is the end, boys, like, I'm packing my shit. I'm building some fucking bunker, some faraway place, taking my family there, my friends. And yeah, all civilization can go to fucking hell for all I care. Like, that's who I am, okay? But right now, we still have a chance, guys. Like, we can make what we want of this life. And yeah, if I could do this completely alone, I would have already done it. Or I would be on my way to do it and wouldn't be here basically looking for help to make this happen in any way whatsoever. But yeah, I can't do this alone. Like, it's not going to happen. Like, the chances of it happening me alone, I'm going to try, but I don't see success happening unless I do have some backing or some level of support. Yeah, there you go, guys. There's the pitch of the day. If you were wondering what all of this is about, well, now you have a very clear picture, I hope. Or otherwise, I just rambled for the last fucking hour for no reason. I'm just going to check my trades. Let's see what's going on here. Eesh. And it's fine to be wrong. Like, if I'm like, for some reason, not seeing something that I should be seeing, something that like could cause some real harm to come out of this, what I'm pushing for, and I'm just not seeing it. And somebody like pitches it to me and they give me a clear explanation backed by facts and logic and reason, and not just like, oh, you're a piece of shit, you shouldn't be doing this. Like, yeah, okay, I know that, but what's your argument? Why should I not do this? Like, what is the legitimate reason that I should not be doing this? And I haven't got that. It's not there. I've tried steel manning it and understanding, okay, well, what could go wrong here? I know one thing that could go wrong is that I become corrupt. I get all the support I need. I move on to become the most successful and richest man in the world, and I get corrupted. And that is why I put the system in place and built the plan around that, and to factor that in. That is a huge reason that it has taken me this long to come out and talk about these things and make a real push for it. And it's because I knew a long time ago what human beings are capable of, and how there is a contradiction when it comes to like operating a business or a company and being a good human being or a moral human being. Like, there is a distinct contradiction right there, and that is, business is about making money. The more money you make, the happier your shareholders are. It's a pretty fucking basic concept. But then, okay, what if fucking people over is more profitable? Well, business doesn't say, oh no, we can't fuck people over. No, business says fuck everybody over if you need to. Just make a profit. That's business. At least at the core of it, that is what business does. And I ain't got no problem with that. And then on the other side, it's like, okay, so if running a business, having a company will naturally affect humanity, then maybe I shouldn't be doing it. Maybe I want to be a good human being instead. All right, okay. But if you're just a good human being, well, we wouldn't be living in the civilization that we're living in today. The world, our conveniences, the ease of life for quite a lot of us, to be honest. Not for everybody. That needs to be worked on, I think. But quite a lot of us have it like fairly okay, good at least, decent, and amazing at best. Some people have it really bad as well. But without businesses, without corporations, without all of this corruption, none of this would exist. Or at least there's a good reason to believe that. So yeah, I'm not convinced that one or the other is the right thing to do. I think we are human beings and we are flawed by nature, and anyway, these things are going to happen. Okay, so that's one problem that could be faced. What about the other problem, which is I'm not exactly sure what kind of change I want to see in the world. And me being the leader, the boss, I think it's pretty important that I have that figured out, right? Okay, this is where I say to you guys, look, I'm not here to bullshit you or sell you some fucking broken, empty dream. I haven't got all the answers. And I'm fine with that. I have theories, I have ideas, I have things that are backed by, logic and reason and facts, but I could be missing something. And that's why I say that I'm not the one who's going to figure this shit out by myself. I have an idea and I'm going to put forward that idea, try to make that a reality. But along the way, there are going to be people who oppose me. And I'm going to have to take their words into consideration. Again, with logic. And yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some things that I am totally wrong about, and I will change my opinion on those. So I'm not exactly saying to you guys that we're going to operate things a lot differently than already is, because to make this change possible, because I don't really think it's a bad idea, the kind of system that we have in the Western world. I don't think it's a bad system. That people come to an agreement about certain things. I just think that we can update that system. And just certain aspects when it comes to like government and authority and the way the world is run, I think that shit needs to be updated. Like some shit just doesn't make sense. The fact that we have like one president just baffles me. But my answer to that, my solution to that is not, okay, let's not have a president. No, there need to be leaders. There need to be people at the top who, there needs to be a form of hierarchy that is natural in itself. So let's not try and avoid that. Let's accept that and build the best fucking hierarchy we can. That works. Okay, people are gonna get fucked over. That's not gonna change, guys. Like, if you guys think that somehow magically we're gonna live in a world where everybody's happy, everybody gets what the fuck they want, and we're all like loving each other and holding hands and singing kumbaya, like that shit's not gonna happen, guys. And if you're trying to do that, you're probably gonna end up with the opposite, which is like torture, fucking death, famine, poverty, fucking locusts, like you fucking name it, you're probably gonna have the lot of it because you're literally in denial. So yeah, I'm not a fan of that kind of stuff. I think it's better if we have shit figured out, and the only way we're gonna do that is if we have like a bunch of really fucking intelligent, sophisticated people from all aspects of life working together to come up with these answers, these big fucking answers, which is like, what kind of political system do we want in the world? What kind of educational system? What kind of medical system do we want in place? All of these things are like smaller cogs that work together to complete the machine. Okay, so the machine operates. I'm not telling you guys, let's switch off the machine. And I'm not telling you, let's pump the fucking RPM up to the fucking moon. Because both of those things are going to inherently create chaos and disorder, which is like, yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Some shit makes sense in the world, guys. Let's not fuck with that. Like, wait, is that as far high up as this goes? Like, can you? Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's as far up as it'll go. Okay, well, yeah. Yeah, so theoretically, what happens if like the only people who support me in this mission just all happen to be on the left? Which I highly fucking doubt. It's more likely they will all be on the right. But let's just say they're all on the left because everybody hates the left right now. Okay. Your casual LGBTQs, Black Lives Matter, fucking let's live in socialism, blah, blah, blah. Which I'm not a big fan of. Let's just say that. Let's just say that those are my followers. Like, they are the people who are backing me and are pushing, like, to help me and support me. Let's just say they are. Does it mean their ideals are what are going to ensue upon the world, like, are going to come into existence? No, because I'm the leader, I'm the boss. I control this shit. I get to decide that stuff. Do I decide it alone? No, I don't decide it alone. Everybody has a say in it. That's the kind of world I want to live in. Like, I think we should be voting on a lot of shit, not just who's going to be the president, not just who's going to be the senator. And this shit, like, believe it or not, mostly happens in like America at that scale. Like, we have it in other countries where you like vote for a mayor or something like that. But I think we should vote about like a lot of stuff, like the population of the fucking earth. Like, I'm not satisfied with the idea that America solely gets to decide the future of America. Is that wrong? I don't think we should let that happen, because, well, what happens then is, well, we see it now. What America decides to do tomorrow will have a natural effect on every other country in the world, or at least a lot of countries in the world. I think we can agree to that. So, therefore, when it comes to decision making, wouldn't it be more logical if your actions, I suffer from your actions, or I benefit from your actions? Should I not have am I not directly connected to that? Should I not have a say in that? I don't know the answer to that. I would love to know the answer to that. Where I'm leaning towards, my answer is yes. I think that yes, we should. I think that is a more sophisticated way of doing things. Now, the reason that has not been applied into the world yet is because it's difficult. Very, very difficult. Up until like 10 years ago, voting for president was something that happened where you literally went to some place, you went into a booth, you closed the curtain, you ticked off who you want to be the leader. Like, that's how shit has operated up until now. Moving on into the future, we have online systems. There's a problem there, and that is, can these systems be compromised? How difficult is it for somebody to compromise those systems? Because in the case that they are easy to compromise, well, it means that every decision that's put forward, it's inherently the person who has the keys to that decision, or, they can literally just manipulate the numbers or whatever. They get to decide what happens to the future of humanity. That's a lot of power in the hands of someone or some group of people. We don't want that to happen, do we? Okay, so those are the kinds of problems I'm facing when I make the assumption of building something like this. It's that kind of question. All along the way, you're going to face like certain obstacles and problems, and you got to have an answer for all of them before you put that in place, as far as I'm concerned. So, let's just say if there was a way that would be possible, like to get the whole world involved in the decision making of every country, would that inherently be a good thing? Let's think about it. Okay, so what if I don't like you? Let's just take it to the most basic of basic things. What if I don't like you? What if, you rising is not good for me? Why would I vote for you? Well, I mean, that is how voting works, isn't it? You're going to have some people opposed to your ideas or the things you're pushing forward, and you're going to have some people are for it. I think that is okay. So that seems fine to me. Again, I'm going for yes, it still makes sense, because again, you're going to have like the people get to decide, the world gets to decide. Okay, what about else? What about something else? But that would ensue that we're all like working together, kind of on a global scale. Like we're all united and working for a similar goal. Now, is that realistic? No, it's not realistic. Okay, it's not realistic. And that's why I'm going to say I'm leaning more towards, let's at least have this kind of voting system for each country. Let's update that. Instead of we just voting for who's going to be the president and the senator, I think we should be making public decisions on major decisions made in that country. Like if the country wants to legalize weed, whatever, let's have a vote on it, because that is inherently a big decision. Let's have a vote on, are we going to continue creating nuclear weapons? Let's have a vote on, are we going to print $3 trillion to build some tanks that we might need in 20 years from now? Let's have a vote on it. Like, that's how I think things should be run. Now, the obvious problem with that is not everybody has the same level of knowledge, right? Somebody who's a gardener, let's just say, versus somebody who's like been in the military for the last 50 years of their life, we can pretty much assume that the gardener doesn't even come close to the knowledge that the guy in the military has, right? When it comes to nuclear weapons, all right? Okay. Well, then let's let's have a ranking system, and you can still vote. Your vote does mean something, meaning that maybe all the gardeners in that country decide no more nuclear weapons. And then maybe all the military decides we want nuclear weapons. Okay, well, let's just say that for every vote from the military person, again, depending on your experience, your knowledge, okay, let's just base it on experience. I think that's the most determining factor. Like, how long have you been involved in this stuff? Like, how much do you know about this? Then let's give him his vote is worth 10 points. And the gardener's vote is worth 1 point. I think that's fair to calculate. Like, you don't need to be a genius. You don't need to work in the military to know at least what a nuclear weapon is. Okay? We all know it. We've seen a video of it. Okay. It's a weapon of mass destruction. Fine. You don't really need to know more than that in order to your vote to be worth 1 point. Okay? Now, let's say that there are 100,000 gardeners in that country, and there are only 1,000 military people. Even though they don't have the knowledge that the military has, if they are all in an agreement that there should be no more nuclear weapons, now this is just taking two groups of people as an example with not very good analysis or statistics. It's just an example, right? Don't take it literally. Then nuclear weapons should not be created. Obviously, if every single one of those gardeners were to unite and say there's an obvious problem with nuclear weapons and why we should not be using them, we don't want them anymore, and there's a good reason to believe that, whatever, it kind of seems like they have made the effort to unite as one to agree upon this decision. You could make the analysis that, or come to the conclusion that there must be a reason for them to be making this. If it was just like half of them or a quarter of them, you could make excuses like, all right, maybe they're just like fanatics of like global peace and freedom for all, whatever. But if every single one of them unites, obviously nuclear weapons are imposing a real threat to them or making their lives worse, or at least the lives of some people they care about. I think something needs to be said about that. But right now we live in a world where you have your president, and no, I'm not going to do this. Before I continue, do not get the wrong idea. I am a big supporter of the way governments, the way the Western world structures their government. Okay, it makes sense. I'm all for it. It is the best that we have, as far as I know. Is it good enough? No. Is it going to last? No. Is it going to take us further into the future? No. I don't see that as a real possibility. I see America crumbling and going down like the fucking Titanic, okay? And I haven't really got a problem with America going down. That's fine. Every country has its time in the sun, and then they go out and they get, what do you call it? They get subbed, or they have to sit on the fucking bench they get benched, okay? But does that mean that I'm totally okay with that? No, because I don't really like the idea of living in a communist world. I also don't like the idea of living in a fascist world. I think out of all the options that we have, I think that working on quote unquote democracy. We can argue whether it's a real democracy in America or not, but it kind of seems like that is the best option that we have when you compare it to everything else. Is it good enough? I don't think so. I think that we are very limited if we continue to operate to that standard. I think we need to update it. That's what I'm talking about. But I think we should update specifically democracy or capitalism, whatever you guys are describing America as when it comes to how the country operates. That's what I think. I think we need to update especially the American way of doing things. I don't know about the English. I haven't really paid attention to it, but I'm pretty sure it's very similar. Okay, I think that most Europe, America, England is quite similar. They have differences. They operate a little bit more differently. I don't really like the idea of like England where they have like kings and queens. Like that shit's like old fucking news. Like they should have dealt with that a long time ago, but they didn't. Yeah, I'm leaning more towards the American way of doing things. Believe it or not. Okay, now that I've said that, you know my stance on this. Now let's go back to the example where I'm saying to you, I want this voting system in place. And instead of having like one president, 30 cabinet members under him or her, it's never been a her, it's always him. So let's just say him. 30 cabinet members under him, 250 or 450, how many people under them. And these are the guys who make all the decisions. Like when it comes to America, those are the actual numbers. You've got one president, one vice president, 30 something cabinet members, and then 450, like they're under them. Like I can't remember the exact name of them, but yeah, that's how it works. Okay. So you have in total 450, roughly about 480 people. All right. Roughly speaking, probably like 480, 490 people making all the decisions for how many hundreds of millions of people has America got? Let's see. Population of America. Okay, so you got 330 million people, right? Got 330 million people, 50 states, and you have 480 people making all the decisions for you. All of them. Everything that's going to affect your life today, tomorrow, that affected your life yesterday, and will continue to all into the future, lies in the hands of 480 people. They are the people who get to decide what happens to the future of your country. And I haven't got a problem with that. Again, it's the best system we have in the world. And there are a lot of arguments for it, meaning that support that argument. Okay. So that's cool. That's cool that America has that. Is it good enough though? No, it's not good enough. And the reasons it's not good enough is you don't need to be a genius to figure it out. Okay. So of those 490 members, roughly speaking, 85% of them have either studied, dedicated their whole lives, have only worked in one study, one area of fucking whatever. You get the point. And it's politics. Okay? 85%. There are no, and if there are, like 450 or 480, all right? 490. So you're talking about fucking 400 of those people are politicians. The other 80, 90 people could be 50 of them are most definitely like just purely business people. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the number. I don't know these numbers, but I'm pretty sure that's how it is. Okay. You guys can do the research, but Even in the event that they are not just politicians, they are politicians, okay? That is their main, like, they wake up in the morning, they go to bed, they're thinking about it, like they do this on a daily basis. They involve themselves in politics. That is where they are naturally wanted, needed, or they are good at, whatever the reason. That's a scary feeling to me because it's not really scary. I don't want to be dramatic. Like, it's fine. It's fine. It's worked until now to a certain degree. All right. We have problems. We have issues in the world. But if you take the last 100 years and see what has happened in the world, I can definitely make the argument that things are a lot better. Life expectancy, probably unemployment. Like, there are a bunch of fucking shit in the world that would point to the world is a better place than it was 100 years ago when America wasn't the superpower of the world. So I ain't got no problem with America or the way they operate. I think that it's not efficient enough. It's not effective enough. And I'm pushing to update that system and apply it on a global scale. Not some sort of world order. I might believe in democracy, and I'm pushing for this system. It's going to be applied probably online, I can imagine. The conversation is going to start online, and then people are going to have to fucking have a conversation about it. And if they decide that, yo, guess what? We, India, are all for this idea, and they decide to be the first ones to, put it into action, then cool. I don't care who starts or how it happens, but yeah, that kind of seems like the way this would happen. Now you're probably thinking, okay, why is that a bad idea? What is a politician? Okay, what is why are they the people we depend on? Why politicians? Well, you see, I'm not a politician myself, but it seems like we can kind of depend on people being politicians. Like, they're not like bad in what they do. I think there are limitations to the capabilities of those 480, 490 people. There is a limit to how much they can do. And seeing where we are today in the world, I think they've done a fucking good job. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I think they've done bad. I don't think they have. It could have been a lot fucking worse. 480 people making the decisions of 330 million. You have more than 480 employees in a single company. And that business probably provides some kind of product or service or both to, I wouldn't say, more than 50 million people. Like, and they just have like one specific job. Like, what is the consequence of a company going bad? Like, shipping out a bad product, or sure, it could be catastrophic. Okay, no, that it won't be catastrophic. It will be bad. Could have like really serious like problems created from that. What could happen if a country that has just as many employees, in fact, like how many? Wait, let me get some figures on this shit. How many employees does like Amazon have? How many employees does Amazon have? Yeah, there you go, number one. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, if my theory made a little bit of sense before, right now I'm starting to sound like a fucking genius. Amazon total number of employees in 2022 was 1.5 million. Amazon total number of employees in 2021 was 1.6 million. Yo, stop the cap. What the fuck? Yo, holy shit. What the fuck? Yo, you are taking the piss, bro. There is a reason why. Okay, I'm really proud of myself right now. Like, you guys have no idea. Like, I've come so far in life. Like, I was the fucking class clown, you know, like, you know, just sitting there and making jokes, and like teachers like wanted to see your future potential, whatever, and telling you you're never gonna amount to anything in your life. And now look at me, bro. Like, I'm figuring shit out on a global scale. All right, give me a second. Be right back. Okay. Right. I'm gonna get a window up here. You guys can see what I'm looking at least. One second. Yeah, I'm down a lot. I'm down a lot, as you can see. But give it some time to work. It's magic. It's time. I mean, look at it on a daily basis and you're going to get a different picture. I don't trade um short term. Well, really short term. I mean, if this does take a like continue, like I've got a support level a little bit lower here. Like we're just scratching it right now. And right here, there is a very strong support here, like where we are right about now. And so I'm waiting for this to play out. And yeah, expecting a bounce from here, but that's a little bit not so important. Okay, let's get this like that. You don't need any of that or that. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to like because again, like I don't have all the answers, and just talking about these things, I'm like coming across certain problems that I don't see while I'm talking, and then I think about it a little bit, look at some data, and figure shit out. Okay, so the one problem is that I see with all of this stuff is, or at least I thought of a little while ago, like, do we really want gardeners to be making decisions about nuclear weapons? Is that really a logical thing to do? My answer always comes back to yes, as long as their vote is not equivalent to somebody with more experience or more knowledge about these things. Again, it all comes back to that theory. They still need to have a vote. Okay, what if like we had people who sign up and take on the responsibility of becoming a quote unquote voter, okay? And they get to vote on certain things or specific things or general things. Maybe that. Again, I'm just walking through the weeds here, trying to figure out what makes sense or not. Because again, like we have this system in place. Like we don't need to destroy it or any sort of that. We need to update it. But we already have a system in place like that. And that is the way things work in the Western world. Like I'm not proposing that we trash it. I'm proposing that we, expand on it. Instead of having just those 480 people, let's make them 480,000 people. Let's make them 4.8 million people making those kinds of decisions. And the answer I'm always going to come to is that is better. Because it's like just the most simple, basic, fucking one of the most basic things you're going to learn in life is don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? We've heard this many, many times. Okay, well, think of um think of all our decisions when it comes to on a global scale or on a national level are the eggs, okay? And the basket is okay. So again, it's putting them into one basket, but I don't know. Like, it kind of seems like, I mean, just look at this fucking statistic, bro. Like, We have 480 people making the decisions for the whole of America, 330 people, 330 million people in 2021. And Amazon operates with, okay, so employees is different. Like, it's not exactly employees, is it? I'm not exactly a genius for figuring that out. Okay, so how many decision makers does Amazon have? How many people making the decisions who have a say in how things operate? So you would have to take managers, obviously the CEO, the CTO, the CFO, the shareholders, the stock owners, like the people who own stock, like take all of those people who all have a say in the future of what happens to Amazon. Do that calculation for me, chat. Like at some point in the future, when I actually have, like, yeah, do that calculation for me. And although it's not 1.5 million, because employees, we could say that the employees of a country are its people. So everybody's working, contributing to society. And we're all employees of the country. We're all working for a similar goal, which is for the country to thrive, or for me to thrive. And because I thrive, well, now my business is better. My customers are more satisfied. Things are more efficient. Like, we can make the argument that things are working in what is the word? When things are working together. Okay, that's good. That's cool. But I would make the argument that, like, okay, so sometimes I talk about how government is incapable and they're uh, incompatible. That's not a word. That's definitely not a word. They're incapable of, making shit work properly. Like, if you think of the human potential, I've talked about this before, but like, in terms of what is possible for the human race to achieve, I think we are very low down in terms of what we could be achieving, and what we are achieving. We could also be a lot worse, and that's where I come to, why I say that. It's not the fact that they are stupid or they have some hidden agenda or some kind of bullshit like that. It's more of on the lines of they have limitations. There is a limit to how good of a decision 480 people can make on the behalf of 330 million. There is a limit to that. Like, there are decisions that are made which don't take the whole population of the country into consideration. I think we could make that fair analysis. I think it's possible to make that kind of analysis. Yeah, so I definitely would be a big proponent of making shit that we all vote on. How would that work? I'm thinking now. How could that work? It obviously has to be some kind of online voting system. Or some kind of fucking application on the phone. Like, I don't fucking know. Like, it needs to be like everybody's making decisions together on behalf of the country. Or not, if not everybody, then as many as possible. Because the more people that are voting, the more diverse the outcome will be. In other words, yeah, not in other words. That's it, basically. How many managers? No, we don't want race, gender. Like, what you on about? Corporate employees, people managers. Like, can I have a number on that? It's not giving me numbers. Senior leaders. Okay. I'm definitely wrong on the 1.5 million, but this still dwarfs the fucking like operating system of the country. Like, Amazon has 3,075 executive officials and MGRs, managers. Like, this is not service workers, laborers. There's like, okay, you guys can't see this, but I'm just giving you the numbers. You're gonna have to trust me on this. There's service workers, laborers, operatives, craft workers, administrative support, sales workers, technicians, professionals, first, mid, officials, and managers. And then there is executive and officials and managers. I'm giving you the top. Okay, these are the guys, like, definitely the ones making the decisions. You can probably make an argument that first, mid officials and managers are also making a lot of the decisions, and they are 62,000 of them. Professionals, yeah, probably they are also making a lot of the decisions, 121,000. Like, just from a numbers perspective, it seems like Amazon is working efficiently. Like, and the reason that it's such a successful company is for that reason. And then you look at the political system and how, like, the government operates, and you have 480 people making the decisions for 330 million. Like, that shit can't make sense. Like, there's no way that makes sense. Seriously, I've never heard this argument being put forward. Like, it's just a basic fucking concept. Like, why do we have so many issues in the world? Yes, we are a lot better than we were in the past, but why are there so many issues in the world that haven't been dealt with? And they kind of seem like it's a pretty straightforward and obvious answer to them. And okay, you don't even want to talk about that. Fine. Okay, so we're literally on the verge of like putting AI into the world, or AI is already in the world. And how long is it going to take before, like, they are so advanced that they are at our level, at least when it in terms of, like, output into society? I don't think it's that long. What is it? 20 years? 10 years? So I'm pretty sure that we could be doing a lot better is the general thing. But I need you guys, your insight on this. I need your insight because nobody's talking about this. I'm just sitting here like, wait, what the fuck? Like, everybody's arguing about whether the left is right or the right is right, or whether this agenda is correct or that political view. But it kind of seems like the fundamental way that the system is being operated is not efficient. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, if we want to live in a world where shit makes sense and we are working at a comprehensible like level, I'm pretty sure that the numbers need to rise in terms of how many people are making the decision. Like, every one person added to that list will be a net positive for the country working at a national level, and as a result on a global scale. Yo, 480 people making the decision. It just doesn't make sense. And I'm not so convinced that the reason that is because there's some kind of, they're just like the minority, or that small percentage of human beings are the only ones who can make those kinds of decisions, because that's the way, that's the goal, that's the, like, there's some kind of plan or new world order, whatever the fuck. Kind of seems like they're just like, they're suffering. Like, I've worked all types of jobs, like waiter, cook, and all of this stuff, and it's kind of like you're saying to me that you've got one company which has 100 customers and they have 1,000 employees. Again, with the employees, okay, maybe not. Employees maybe is not the right way to be looking at this. Maybe managers. Okay, so they have 100 customers and they have, let's just look at it from a mathematical perspective. There's like 100 customers. Right, let's get this down on paper. So I don't have to keep coming back to this every time I want to talk about it. We can build on this idea. Let's build the system from scratch. Well, not from scratch. We're going to take what already exists and make it better. Okay, let's just, what are we going to do? All right, so this is company A. Let's call it company A. And company A has 100 customers. And it also has how many people? Like, what is a logical number? 100 customers. Like, let's just say it's a cleaning company and they have to clean like 100 different restaurants. Or how many managers would that need? You'd probably need like 10, I can imagine. Like, each one of those would be like responsible for 10 of those. That's more than it. Seems very logical. Okay. And now let's say company B has again 100 employees, but they have 5 managers. And company C, again 100 employees, and they have 2 managers. In this equation, every manager is responsible for 10 customers. Each manager is responsible for 10 customers. In this one, it's fuck off. 20. In this one, it's 50. Okay. Try and make this bigger, shall we? Okay, cool. Right, so what we have here is a basic structure of a business. Okay, there are 3 different types of business ideas here. Because we're going to theorize that the way a business works and the way government works are not that different, right? So we can, I have an interest for business, so I'm going to go more towards the business side of looking at things. So in this example, in group A, they are responsible, each manager is responsible for less customers. And let's just theorize that they all have 100 customers. So it's very difficult to make that analysis because usually what happens is one of those 3 will be far greater successful than the other 2. I can up the numbers, but still the same result, I guess. I can do that. We want to get it as close as possible to reality. Right? That's what we want to do. Okay, so this is just a little bit different numbers. Okay, let's just say it's like that. Okay. This company is more profitable. This company is more profitable because they're not paying for more managers. Okay. So, pros and cons of operating your business. Okay, so we've got pros and we've got cons. Okay, the pros and cons. Make this black, put it underneath everything. Let's make this white. Okay, the pros and cons. Okay, what are the pros of this one? The pros are one, less expenses. Right? The less employees you have, the less money you're gonna have to spend on your employees, and then that means just inherently more money for your company because again they have the same amount of customers. It's just this one has, you know, less than half of the amount of people who are responsible for those customers. Okay, the con of less expenses, the con is, one of the cons is less quality, right? We can assume that. I think it's fair to say that, right? You have less quality. You have less expenses, but you also have less quality. Okay. Next one. Not no. Less expenses. That's a pro. What else is a pro? I'm trying to think of any more pros there are to this. Trying to steel man this argument because there are a lot of cons to operating your business like that. If business A, like the way you understand if your business is working efficiently or successfully or whatever, is by looking at your competition. Okay, so business A is the most successful business out of these three. They have 1,000 customers. They are 10 times greater than their competition, which is B and C. And they're operating with 100 managers. So if you were trying to replicate their business because you know it works, you would probably have a 1 to 10. So for every manager, there are 10 customers. Okay. But this guy doesn't want to do that. This guy doesn't want to do that because he doesn't have the kind of money to pay for, or he doesn't want to pay for like a 1 to 10 ratio. Okay. He says, no, fuck that. I'm going to have for every one of my manager, they can take care of 50 customers. Okay, so what is, okay, let's go to cons then, because I can't think of any more fucking pros. Okay, less quality, more stress. Yeah, we can theorize that. If every manager has to take care of 50 customers, then it's going to be more stress. Okay, more stress, less or organized. Okay, let's just call it messy. Messy. They are messy. Not scalable. Not scalable because, well, yeah, it's not scalable because there's a reason why company A has one manager for every 10 customers. They've obviously managed to accrue 1,000 customers, which makes them inherently a lot more successful than the other two companies. So therefore, we can assume that they know they are the leader in this, and they know what's best. So if these guys are, let's just theoretically say they are operating at 100% efficiency, which we do have a good reason to believe that. Let's see, where's Group A? These guys are operating at 100% efficiency. 100%. Then these guys, if these guys, then this is 50%. Okay, let's just put that there for now. Then what are these guys operating at? If that's 100%, and there's a 1 to 10, and there's 1 to 50. What are they operating at? A 20% efficiency? Maths. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 20. Right? Or is it 5? No, it can't be 5%. 5%. No, it can't be 5%. Wait, how did I figure that one out? Yeah, it's 20%. What are you thinking about? A fucking idiot. Holy shit. Yeah, I told you guys, I'm not very good at math. I like math. By scalable, you mean? Efficiency. So we're theorizing that company A is operating at maximum efficiency. They are the biggest company. They are the leader in the market. It is just the way business works. It is like survival of the fittest when it comes to companies. Like usually, like Amazon knows what the fuck they're doing. The reason that they are the best when it comes to what they do is because of the way, that is the theory, it is because of the way they operate. So we can therefore say that they operate at 100% efficiency. Company B, on the other hand, is operating at half that efficiency because, well, the managers are responsible for double the amount of customers. And then company C is operating at a fifth the amount. So they are sitting at 20% efficiency. Now, at 50%, you could make the argument that these guys can scale, but you can't make the argument for these guys can scale because, well, why the fuck isn't company A operating with like a lot less managers? There seems to be a fucking problem. In fact, this is totally unrealistic because company C would never even get to 100 customers to begin with in real life. But we're just theorizing here and making calculations or just fucking around with numbers, I guess. Okay, so they're operating at that much efficiency. Okay, now let's talk about profitability because this is where company C will be a lot more profitable. Because how much profit are they making? Well, how can we calculate the profit of company A? Well, we can calculate the profit because, well, they have 10 times more customers. So that means that they are 10x. These guys who are sitting at 100 employees, well, they are sitting at 1x. right? Theoretically speaking, but that doesn't mean that they are more profitable. We have to put a price on it. How much does each customer cost? How much does it cost to manage one customer? Well, we're going to have to use some kind of number. Well, obviously, if I had 1,000 customers, we know one thing's for sure. We know that each manager is not getting paid more than 10. Because if they were getting paid more than 10, okay, what is 1,000 customers worth? What is 1,000 customers worth? Let's just do the fuck of simplicity and say 1,000 customers is worth $1 each. Or $10 each. Let's make it $10 each. Okay. So let's do some mental fucking math right now. Actually, no. Get rid of that. Delete. Duplicate this. Okay. So they are worth 10,000. Okay. Each customer is worth 10,000. That number doesn't change because it's the same industry, same business. If they want to stay in competition, naturally they would have to adhere to the prices of the bigger one, relatively close to it. So we're just going to round it up and say 10,000. Okay, so here it is. If they are worth 10, well, then it's 1,000. Okay. And both of these are 1,000. Drag these down. Okay, so if each customer is worth 10, and these guys are operating with 100 managers, we know one thing's for sure. Each manager is not getting paid more than 100. We know that for sure. Because if they are getting paid more than 100, well, then that means the company is bankrupt because all the money they get from their customers, they're just paying off their managers. Okay, so we can honestly say that each manager is getting paid 10. Okay? So each manager gets paid 10, one for each customer. Correct. Okay, good. And then that leaves the company with another 9,000 spare to pay for all the other expenses because we don't just have employees to pay for, we also have other costs, a lot of other costs. And usually that is kind of what you're looking at. You're usually going to be paying like somewhere in that vicinity to run a business. You don't want to be giving half of your fucking the money you earn, your profits to, well, not, it's not profit, like the money you make to your employees, ideally. Okay, so these guys are earning 10. These guys are earning, how much are these guys earning? Again, they are earning 10. Yeah, it's the same statistic. These guys are earning 10. And so are these guys. Okay. Then what does that leave the company with? Because now we're going to understand how profitable the company is. So again, considering that we are calculating right now pretty fucking retarded calculations, but yeah, so if they're paying 10 to each manager, then that means their costs are 50 which means that they leave with 950 to spare. Okay. We're doing this now to understand how efficient the company is operating, how profitable each company is, because this company is more efficient, company A, but company C is going to be naturally a lot more profitable because they haven't got as many employees or managers to pay for, do they? Just simple fucking math. Okay, and these guys are walking away with 9 grand. Fair enough. And these guys 20. So these guys are real fucking cheap bastards. 980. Now we're gonna start to understand the sacrifice you're making. Like these companies, we're gonna be able to calculate them directly. This is how it is directly. Okay, what did I do? Did I fuck up the math there? 5 managers, 10 each, 50. 2 managers, 20. 980. Literally 30 is the difference between C and B. And already we can understand that B is operating at 50% efficiency, but C is operating at 20% efficiency. So we already understand that in the real world, this would not stand. Unless you had no option, you would simply never operate your business at this level. This is not what you would want to do, because you're ultimately sacrificing 30% efficiency for $30. Like, that's dog shit, bro. Like, that shit don't make sense. So I don't really need to go further to understand this, like when it comes to business, but let's just say that we do. What kind of profit is the company? What kind of gain are they making? Okay, so these guys minus 10,000, so they're walking away with 90%. Let's just say that. 90% of the gains they make is profit. This is not serious calculations right now. This is the only thing we need to understand, though, to make this analysis. These ones are 95%. And these ones 98%. Sheesh. What a sacrifice you would have to make. Holy fuck. So you're talking about, like, if we take now, we can take and compare A to C, which is the huge fucking difference. A is working at 100% efficiency, and they are walking away with 90% profits. It's not 90%, but we're just calculating how much it costs to pay off your managers, okay? To understand the logistics of the company. Okay. And then compare it to C, which is C is now operating at minus 80% compared to A. So they're working at a negative 80% deficiency, or a 20% efficiency, for 8% profit. 8%. And C is not scalable unless they change their business plan. They can't get to where A is. We can theorize that. There is a reason that A operates at that level, and it's not just because the boss decides, oh yeah, guess what? I want 10 customers for each manager. No, he has been around long enough. He has run the business. He is the most successful. So we can therefore see how he has come across obstacles faced them, came up with a solution, and this is the end result. This is what the company looks like today, and A is operating at that level. If it could operate at C's level, meaning at 20% efficiency or that comparison, then it would be doing that. You understand the point? Or at least that's the calculation we can make. The only logical calculation. Let's get some music in here. What other things are directly involved in that? Having more managers, what other costs are you paying for? Except for the their salary, what is thought of as their salary. What else do you have to pay for that directly contradicts that? Let's think about it. That's not even taking into consideration that if you're working at a 20% efficiency, your customers are not satisfied. They are inherently not going to be as satisfied as they would be if they went to company A. So there's a cost to that. Your customers don't return. They might come once, get fooled into using your service or buying your product one time, but then after they've done that and they realize or they've felt any sense of discomfort, pain, lack of service, whatever the reason, they are going, if they want to buy it again, if it's a product, or use the service again, they are going to look for an alternative. Or even if they don't, well, it's only because they don't know that company A exists. And if they did, well, then they would naturally go to company A. So you're losing customers at company C. Now, I don't need to go deeper into this. Like, I think we understand the pros and the cons of operating like this. I think that's a pretty good understanding. Don't you guys think? I think so. I definitely think so. Okay, company C. Yeah, I'm just organizing this 1 second. Okay, we don't want that in there. That shouldn't be in there. How do I exit this from group? Exit group. Do things the most stupid way possible, don't you? Okay. Yeah, I don't think that I need to do any further analysis on this. I think it's pretty straightforward to understand at what efficiency the systems we have in place that run the world are operating at. And instead of focusing on this, the world is too busy focusing on which ideology is, or which political side is right. It doesn't seem like that's the discussion that needs to be had right now. It seems like, again, looking at it from a company's perspective, like you won't ever be in a situation where you're talking about, oh, is our aim correct? Where we're planning on going in the future, is that where we want to go? And is that an arguing between the intricacies of the company, the heart of the company, the reason it was created, blah blah blah. Arguing about that stuff doesn't seem like something like when a company is facing problems, okay? This is how it happens. When a company is facing problems, they're either losing customers, or generally it all comes down to losing money. So they're not making as much money as they were making, or they're losing money, which is like the worst case scenario. What happens? Well, they have meetings. They call in their shareholders, they call in their managers, their CEOs, like everybody meets. Well, usually it happens top down. So first the CEOs and the shareholders will meet, the ones who hold big percentages of the company, and they will discuss what's going on in the company. They will say, okay, so how many employees do we have? It usually starts there. How many employees do we have? And that's why you see layoffs being the first option a company will go for. Because, well, if we're losing money, it means that we're not doing something right. And if we have now 10,000 employees, what's to say tomorrow if we had 9,000 employees that we would still not be doing okay? We're still not going to be doing okay, but probably our employees are not working as hard as they should be. That could be one reason. Another reason could be our product sucks. Our services suck. Why did they suck? Did they always suck? No. Somewhere along the way, they started to suck. But these are the kinds of things that a company will talk about. They're not going to sit and go, oh, our company is failing right now. We're losing money, or we're not making as much money. You know what the reason is? Number one thing we need to talk about right now is our aim when it comes to the company. No. The whole reason you are successful as a company, the company has gone to that level, is because you had a good idea. Now, somewhere along the way, you could have changed or pivoted, and maybe that's affecting it, but that's not going to be the first thing you're going to talk about. Well, right now in the world, when it comes to governments and authority and the way things are operated, it kind of seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong or I'm missing something here, but it kind of seems like the first thing that's being discussed is the last thing that should be discussed. And that is should we go for fucking liberal way, or democratic way, or conservative way? When it's like, wait a minute, what about the way the country is run? Maybe there's a problem with that. You know, the machine that actually makes things happen kind of, it just doesn't make sense to me that that wouldn't be talked about. Well, you heard it here first, guys, so you're hearing about it now. It's such a small profit for such a huge sacrifice. Just looking at those numbers, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna save this chart. Save as. Compton. Sheesh. Now, do you know what this is making me think of? This is making me think of. Where is it? Yeah, this is what I'm thinking of when right now. And when I'm talking about this is the only thing I can think of. Like it's just this will explain everything, guys. Okay.
بابا جي بابا جي بابا جي لاكس بوكس سيريس اكس.
This explains everything.
بابا جي بابا جي لبلا ستيشن 5.
Exactly. This is what I think of when I think of what's going on right now. Yep.
لوجيتك لهايبر اكس 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 اكس. هايبر اكس 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 اكس. هايبر اكس 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 يلا جيران في فدور ديني.
The last one always gets. Okay. Yeah, so that's the only thing I can think of when I'm talking about these things, because it's just like, let's talk about that, guys. Let's talk about that. Well, I mean, like I can talk about like my success rate when it comes to trading, but motherfuckers, you better start paying attention, because like 5 minutes ago I was down like $50, and now we're already starting to spike up. So okay, probably nothing's gonna happen from this, but like there has to be support at that level for this to be happening. That is how these things work, by the way. Oh, well, it's growing. It's going. It's going. It's still going. It's not. Okay, I'm going to pull off the brakes right now because, yeah, I'm blowing my own horn. 4090. Ikis boxes. La Babaji. La Babaji. Yeah, so I thought that was a good conversation to have. Like, I definitely had a plan for the stream today. Like, when I was thinking, like, oh, what am I gonna do today? Somehow PlayStation 5 bloody. Yeah, so when I was thinking about what am I gonna do today, like on the stream today, what do I do? This was definitely the plan, like 100% guarantee you that me ranting for the next 2.5 hours was definitely the plan, like zero doubt. But yeah, I'm glad we did it. Like, I'm not wrong. Like, it doesn't seem like I'm wrong. Does anybody here think that I'm wrong about this? If yes, then please elaborate. I would really like to see my stupidity when it comes to this. Am I missing something here? I'm pretty sure that's how things work. Okay, it's a very, very over simplification of how things work, but still. Lababaji 287. Yep. Ikis bokis. All right, well, we'll let that brew. See how that goes. What's next? What should we do now? Video. I mean, there's a limit to how much I can talk about these things before, like, completely frying my brain cells. Yeah. Let's go and watch something. Browser. Yes, please. I mean, the shorts are doing all right. Let's take a look at the shorts. Take a look at the shorts. Yeah, we won't do that. Oh. Oh, this will be interesting. I've actually had questions about Rumble and Kick, and apparently there are some streamers who are talking about it. Let's go and see what they have to say. Fuck. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Am I wrong?
No, that's not my account. It says sign in. Look. Wait, that's actually interesting. This is like Google by default, YouTube by default. What is on here? I cannot scroll. That's amazing. Amazing.
My Rumble CEO meeting yesterday. So we started talking one of the
La Babaji. I'm telling you, I'm liking Destiny more and more, man. I'm glad I found him. And I'm glad I found the courage to get over the blue hair and let him say his piece, because yeah, he's a pretty intelligent guy, I'm not gonna lie.
media things I brought up was like those viewership numbers. Pretty wacky, my dude.
I messaged you about that too. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Kick versus Rumble, which one are you preferring so far?
I don't understand how these people come on and you give me advice. You've never been in these positions your entire life. Okay, Aiden Ross is literally bringing up like, say you didn't say anything. Like, no, I would.
You move as quick as possible.
Yeah, no, I do. I answer to them.
Who joined my Discord?
Rejoin my Discord.
No, I said never mind. I said who joined my Discord. It's usually, but I joined your Discord. Get it? Never mind. Forget it.
The
How's it
joke,
going?
Are you
the
asking who
joke
joined your
is dead.
Discord?
Oh my god. No, never mind. It was a joke that did not
Yeah.
go over well.
Yeah.
Oh, like you're starting a Discord? Or?
Destiny, you
No,
killed
I'm
the
not
joke.
Are you
Fucking
right now?
trolling.
No, that's something that you would say when someone joins. You would be like, "Who joined my Discord?" But I said it. I said, "Who joined my Discord?" So as to imply that it was you that joined the room with me, but it was not. It was I that joined with you. Do you understand? Have I made this clear?
I don't understand what you mean. You join my Discord. You don't have a Discord.
You're with me. Got it. Okay, got it. You should have just been like, got it. See, you can't continue after that. Just let it go.
All right.
Yeah. Oh God. Have you gotten a carry piece yet, or gone and started that process, or what? I feel like we could do some research on like the optimal. Carry
I've
weapon.
gotten 2 on the way. P365.
That's what I got. Love it. Which
and
one did you get?
Whatever the most expensive one was, I think.
The SAS?
Maybe. It's ordered. It's complicated. It was a
Oh,
P365 and a that's the SIG, right?
Yep.
Oh, and then the I think it was a Smith & Wesson M&P Shield.
The 380?
Yeah, I don't think it's a 380. I thought it was a 9mm.
Is it?
think
Oh
it
yeah,
is.
right. I think it's a Night Guard. That's a 380.
Sure.
The Smith & Wesson has a really nice 380 carry pistol. It's super, like the difference from 380 to 9mm doesn't seem like a lot, but it really makes for a lot smaller handgun. Like thinner, lighter, like in a lot of ways. Like I'm carrying the 9 right now, and I have a 12 round mag, which is something you should definitely get, by the way, because it's kind of hard to get a good grip on it with a 10 round mag, but with 12, it's perfect. I mean, next time I'm at your place or you're here, I can show it to you. But yeah, I recommend getting a 12 round mag for sure. And it doesn't really make any difference at all in the length of the gun or anything like that.
Sure.
So, have you? Well, I guess so. You have things in the works. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
What else? How? What's news in the hood and all that?
Just chilling. Oh, I didn't DM you back yet. I guess we'll talk it another day, but I had my Rumble CEO meeting yesterday. He seemed like a cool guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he much different than the second Rumble CEO of Locals or whatever it was?
I don't know. He's like a tech bro. He's like very much like a tech bro. I don't know if he's like, is he actually a billionaire? I don't know.
Wait, really? Is he?
I don't know. I googled it. And people
Oh,
were saying
I
that
thought
the
this was an
current valuation of Rumble is
interview
technically
with
billionaire,
him.
But then I also saw that he's worth $5 million when I googled, so I have no idea.
Wait a second. What's the valuation of Rumble right now? Hold on.
All right, we'll listen to it.
Let me just look at this
Market
website.
cap
Okay.
of $2.4 billion right now.
Rumble has a. You're capping.
That is
Nope.
the market cap. It's a publicly traded company.
Holy
Sheesh.
Yeah,
How?
I know. Yeah, that was one of the things too, because I fought him
Sheesh.
because I'm not there to like around, and also despite what some retarded new viewers think, I'm not gonna shill for a site because I'm getting paid for them. I never do that. But yeah, so we started talking. One of the meaty things I brought up was like,
I would.
those viewership numbers, pretty wacky, my dude. And we kind of, there were two strands. One, he went on, is that like, well, Rumble's a
I
public.
messaged you about that too. Yeah. I messaged
yeah.
you about
Like
Yeah.
Rumble, if you're listening right now, like, yo, I sell out real easy. Like, you don't really need to offer me all that much. Like, just like, I don't fucking know. Like, pay a month's rent, and I don't know. You want me to like advertise Rumble on Twitch? Sure, I'll do that. I don't care. Just saying. If it was something you were looking to do, I'm your guy. All right. Fuck Destiny. Destiny don't want money. It's fine.
Rumble's a publicly traded company, and he's like, if I was to like fake viewership numbers, it would be the end of the world. Like investors could destroy him, the SEC could go out.
I mean, to be honest, you guys don't really care, right? You it wouldn't change your lives if I advertised Rumble on my stream, right? Or on my videos. I really don't think your lives would change all that much. So it's fine. Don't worry about it. I make some
It
money.
would just be like you can't.
You
can't
guys
get away
suffer
with
a
that
little
shit as
bit.
a publicly traded
It's
company, you get
fine.
fucked. Which I guess okay, maybe. But then I was like, you know,
these guys. I don't want to your shit up. I don't know if I can. You know what?
Say what the I don't give a
It's not. It wasn't 25K live concurrent viewers. We both know that. There's no way. Okay,
Maybe,
because there's
yeah.
people. No, there's not. Because there's people right
You're
now
not
that
gonna
Yeah,
let
it's
me finish it,
botting.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
that don't pick up tank. So I think more likely is that they have a very liberal way of counting what a live viewer is.
Yep. Yeah, I asked about that. He said it's 5 seconds. Because he said sometimes what some sites will do, because I asked him about it, because after he said that, I was like, well, I'm sure there are like sophisticated ways that you could like gas up viewership. And he said that typically the way that he's seen platforms do it is what they do is they have an extended session token. I don't remember what he said, but basically, like, if a viewer comes in, you count that as a live viewer for 1 hour. So if 100 viewers come in, 100 leave, 100 come in, 100 leave, if they do that like every 10 minutes, then after an hour, you'll have like 600 concurrent viewers, even though really you only got 100. But he said on Rumble, he said they only keep it for 5 seconds. I asked him, but then the next question, I was like, okay, well, if that's true, right? Like if I've got like 25,000 viewers, like I know you guys pay ad revenue and I run pre-rolls on the channel, or there's pre-rolls are automatically on the channel, like that should like coincide with ad revenue, I would imagine, right? Unless, and he showed me the ad revenue that I earned for yesterday, and surprisingly, so keep in mind, I can't run ads. I can't trigger an ad in the middle. I only run pre-rolls. Yesterday on my stream, I made about $600 in ad revenue with nothing, with just pre-rolls. So they could be gassing up my ad revenue, and they could be masking authentic viewership in another way. That's possible. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, obviously the owner of the company has every incentive to lie to me. But he told me that I think.
I mean, he is incentivized to do that. You do realize that, because the more like viewers you are getting, or a specific like streamer is getting, the more the advertisers are likely to come and advertise on Rumble, or the more they are willing to pay to advertise on Rumble. So yeah.
Do they publicly talk about their concurrent viewership? Fuck, I don't want to say anything that'll get me in trouble.
Here's
Yeah, go.
the only thing I would look at, right, is I think the only thing could really juice the numbers a lot would be if you were on the homepage listed prominently.
I was as well. I was.
Yeah, but I look right now, and the thing that's in that that #1 spot there only has 3,000 viewers. So it seems to me like it might be a multiplier versus like, hey, if you're on the homepage, you pick up 10K. It just seems.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, like I said, the numbers were really high, but the ad revenue was pretty high too. He said that there were a couple other things going on. It could be a lie, but I mean, I don't know. Right now,
well, it's never going to be a lie. It's like, oh, it's a bug that was fixed, or we actually were changing the way that we're doing this or something. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. But yeah, that was one big concern I had, obviously. And then otherwise, I think it was kind of like he had, it's the same, Rumble has the same problem that like everybody else does, where they're trying to get out from like the shadow of like, this is where the banned people go, or this is like only conservatives. But they sound like a lot of decently big people, like Glenn Greenwald. I think that Kim Iverson lady got signed. The one, who was the guy that did the
what is this turning into? I mean,
hold on, no, what was the name I'm thinking of? The guy that did the force the vote on Medicare for all. Who the thing of? So, I just need the name, and then you.
Jimmy Dore.
Yeah, Jimmy Dore. Yeah, people like this, and then a couple. I think like a couple of like Republican senators or people use, and then like Trump Jr. and shit are signed to the platform. Oh, Russell Brand does a show there now. Yeah, go.
Is this literally just like extremist Twitch then? I mean, I don't mean to be weird about it, but it's like, okay, we have tankies and we have people that want us to withdraw from NATO and like nothing in between. Is that what Rumble is becoming?
It's anti-establishment, right? That's
yeah,
where it is. Yeah, of course, yeah. But they want to get out from under that. They want to escape that reputation, right?
Yeah, of course they do. Now they've become big enough.
Interesting. Well, I mean, it was interesting to me. Like you said, there was no moderation tools at all when you first used it, right? Or sorry,
yeah,
that's not
correct.
the word.
That is true. I couldn't have moderators, but he said they built that feature out for me so he could show it to me by dinner, and they do have it now, so I can add moderators to the channel. Yeah.
That's good. Have you done that? Because it was a little frisky in there before, for sure, when I took a peek.
I haven't yet, but I haven't like I'm not doing a dedicated stream over there, so it shouldn't be like a viewers, so hopefully it's okay. But if it gets like crazy, I'll start adding some. But I need to figure.
It's usually pretty crazy over there.
How can you say usually? I've done one stream. What is it usually like?
I mean,
today it's been okay.
I mean on Rumble in general, but yeah.
Sure. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Sorry. Yeah, that's true. But today it's been okay. But if I see it get crazy, I'll probably start to like add mods and shit.
Interesting. How do you feel about Rumble versus Kick in the feature sets that each of them have right now?
I'll know better on Friday when I start streaming on Kick.
Have you tested it before?
No, I'll just do my first one Friday. Fuck it.
Interesting.
Probably
it seems like it's supposed to be kind of feature parity with
Twitch. Yeah.
With Twitch. I mean, it looks like Twitch exactly, right?
I feel like the code was probably lifted from the Twitch leak, but
like what? Like actually lifted? Like
oh yeah, yes. Definitely, bro.
But I don't know if that's true or not. That's what it because it looks like.
I feel like I yelled at Cake about this, and he called me a bad word when I said that that's what they did.
Really? Did he?
Yeah, because I said, oh, it looks like, you know, these same source codes are there. And he's like, no, that's the jQuery. Or I don't fucking remember what it was. But, I mean, sure, shit looks like it to me. And I know Twitch had a leak. But, yeah, I guess we'll see.
Okay. Maybe, I don't know. But the, yeah. I mean, like, Kick will be interesting, especially because of the moderation that people I could potentially collaborate with there. If the Rumble viewership is authentic, though, Rumble is very interesting to me because that's potentially like like the dream is to gain access to whole new audiences that you don't really have access to traditionally. Like that's always like what everybody dreams of. So if that viewership is legitimate over there, that is a cool opportunity. But I guess we'll see. Yeah.
I'd be interested if you did that, because then you could kind of compare the results of engagement, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. One of the difficult things is he says that like Rumble is embedded on a lot of platforms where people don't necessarily engage with too. That like they've got like I think they're on the Roku TV app, and he says that they drive some viewership from there. I made a lot of requests for stuff that I could see like on a dashboard. If I could see like sources of viewership and everything, that would help a lot to understand what's going on. But he said their UX and UI is fucking dog shit. So they're like working really hard to build that out and to catch up on where they should be because it's not a good experience right now. So hopefully as that improves.
I mean, more competition is good. I mean, honestly, the shit that Amazon Twitch does is so anti-competitive. I mean, I know like Twitch streamers love it, but Twitch Prime is just pure anti-competitive.
Yeah.
That's all that it is. That it should be illegal.
True.
It's a monopoly.
It absolutely prevents someone from wanting to go and compete with Twitch. Like you literally can't be a startup and go to compete with Twitch. You have to be a fucking gambling funded thing or a public company. So, I mean, I guess it's nice for the streamer, but it just seems fucked. Illegal? Yeah, I think it's illegal. Plasma laser.
Well, it's not illegal because
it's not illegal.
No, I mean, it would be if they did.
It should be illegal. It is illegal. Two very different things.
Enforced, I think it should be for sure. Yeah, it's just I don't know, man. Amazon is so evil. When you like read about some of the shit they've done in the past with competition, like you know, shutting down.
They're not evil. They're ruthless.
Diapers.com was a really big one that they did. They would come in and like just do the most ruthless shit to like their business up. Like the Amazon was like, okay, we're gonna sell diapers and we're just gonna lose money on every fucking purchase that we do. We don't care, just to put you out of business.
Sheesh.
And, yeah, it's like the classic. There's a name for predatory pricing. It might be called. I don't remember. There's like yeah, these are actual monopolistic business practices that are called out like in high school textbooks. Like this is an example of like a monopoly, like doing bad things, or this is an example of like unfair pricing or why you shouldn't have this in a free market.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so as well.
Seriously,
you know, it's weird.
They wait until the last second. Fucking dodge.
How is this so different from yesterday?
What do you mean?
I mean that number.
I think for most of my stream yesterday, I think I had around 2,000 viewers before I shut off my YouTube. But it was also my first Rumble stream, so I don't know if they did want to promote it or not. I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Right, what should we do?
Have you talked with the people that run Kick, like the CEO or whatever?
Yeah, unless Eddie is Eddie the CEO? If so, then yes. If not, then no.
Is he the CEO? That's he would be the owner of the gambling sites too, right?
I have no idea.
Or stake.com, is that what it is?
No idea. I've talked to Eddie, but that's all.
What is Train's position over there?
I also don't know.
Is he like a brand ambassador, or does he have a more official position?
I don't think Train would directly be against it. It doesn't seem like he is. He's again incentivized to do that. And Twitch has given him shit and grief so many times before. I know that's not a good enough reason. It's not like they're going to treat him better, although they might. It kind of seems like he was more swayed towards that side. Anyway, I'm going to go have a fast cigarette before this starts. I want to honestly see how much ability haste. How fast I can ulti. I want to have the most ultis possible.
I guess you don't. That's fine.
No, no.
How do you? So, I feel like with Kick and with, I guess let's just talk about Kick for now, because I don't. Rumble obviously has a plan. I know Train was talking about like, do we have rules or no rules? And I feel like there's always going to be rules. It's just where do you draw the line? Like, how do you feel that they're going to progress? Do you think that they're going to go more and try to eventually kind of be competing with Twitch, or do you think they're going to be more trying to compete with Rumble in the future?
For Kick?
Yeah, for Kick.
I mean, Train is like marketing it as like, we're already competing with Twitch, we're already past Rumble. But,
Yeah.
Kick is a private company, so they've got a lot more flexibility in terms of how they represent themselves.
What is the appeal?
Why have I
let me go
got
on Kick real
Snowball?
quick and see what's going on here. So I know that Kick allows gambling content, obviously. That's
Yeah,
fine. So
and
what is
literal
the
porn.
appeal of Kick over Twitch? Is it literally you can do more
Piss off, Harry.
extreme shit here? Like, I mean, there's some I've seen some pretty frisky pools, hot tubs, and bikini streams. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
So there's that slots.
There is that.
But is the rest of it is just like if you're banned on Twitch, you come here,
Yep,
or
pretty much.
Well, it's
what's
supposed
your,
to be
what's your
like,
feeling?
yeah, just less aggressively moderated, so more chill, basically. So kind of like Twitch from like 2015. I think that's like what they're going for.
Oh, come on. She
Jesus
doesn't
Christ,
die?
Someone just fucking linked a
Oh, oh.
pretty good pools, hot tubs stream.
Yeah.
Don't click it though.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nabu
the-
says,
yeah, they've got
"Dan,
the
they have a
tits
better
out."
Sub split. I mean that. I understand that that is something that you could sell, but it's kind of meaningless when like you have Twitch Prime. Like I will take the 50% or whatever it is split from Twitch Prime versus 100% of otherwise. And the idea is that as you go on Twitch, almost everyone has an Amazon account. They can like click subscribe, it costs them nothing, and you get $2.50 versus probably the massive barrier to entry of I'm streaming and you want to click to subscribe, and it's like you have to enter your credit card details.
Wait, I didn't
to
know that.
Kick.com, AG,
When did that
SRL,
happen?
Cayman Islands LLC, or whatever the fuck it is. Like it's just, I feel like it's a little bit different. Septa Bus
I will
Fergie,
say
Dan is
something
stupid.
that
Okay,
I don't know
bro.
if you've been here since we've talked about it or not. Twitch did regionalize their sub pricing, and it has significantly changed the income that you earn off of Twitch subs.
On Twitch?
Yes. So, like, for
How,
instance, like Turkish people can sub, I think, for 99 cents. Like, I think there was a time period where Melina has like 1,000 subs, or I'm sorry, she'll have like 5,000 subs, and she'll be earning like I think 6,000 a month in sub revenue. It's really, really, really bad.
Wait, how
Jesus
much has her sub
Christ.
revenue gone down from before where it was?
Like cut in half or more, I think.
No shit.
Yeah, it's like insane how low. And you'll get somebody that gifts like 50 subs, and you get like you might get like $10 from it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, someone that's been doing that for a while is actually Apple's entire ecosystem for in-app purchases
Wow.
and things
Wow,
like that.
I'm
They've
just
been
a
doing that for a
fucking
long
bet. What's the
time.
point in
There's a
having
whole
infinite
market.
ultis if you...
Oh wait, hold on. I'm
they-
sorry. Fuck. Wait, I'm so sorry. It's 5 minutes is the Rumble hold on viewers, not 5 seconds. 5 minutes. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second.
Holding.
No, sorry, I just had a phone call. You never
Oh.
know. It's interesting. Dan, they are pro Coomer content. That seems strange. I feel like Train wouldn't want that type of stuff, but maybe
No. I think he'll move away from that. Like they
You
used.
son of a bitch. Yo, this Vega is absolute cancer.
You still did
They
you
used to have
stop
just,
talking?
like, straight porn. Sorry, I had to turn my
Jesus Christ, come on.
There were some people doing straight porn there, but they got away from that. They'll probably allow some types of Coomer content, but like if you're not gonna have porn and you're just gonna have super Coomer content, it's not that different from Twitch because the Twitch Coomer content is wild. It's unbelievable that what they allow on that site for like softcore porn.
What is the difference of that over Twitch? Like when you say that, unbelievable how? Because I mean, there's some fucking streams on Twitch where it's like there's like some
Jesus
yarn
Christ, Bob.
between.
No,
the chick
yeah,
and
that's
her
what I'm saying. I
asshole.
think Twitch already allows essentially softcore porn. So if Kick doesn't allow like actual porn, there's
Which
not
is
much of a
basically like
difference
hot
there.
tub streams. Hot tub. Hot
Yeah.
tub? Fuck
Yeah,
is a
in my
hot tub?
opinion.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean these streams are.
It's softcore porn, right?
Yeah, I guess at some point this is like, hey, I want to sell porn, but I don't want to go to Chaturbate or something. So like,
Yep.
Well,
is
I
that
wouldn't
a
even
market?
I wouldn't
Is there
even
a
say that
market
because like I don't know if it's changed, but I remember because I used to look at when Ari Nina was doing like Chaturbate.
These guys
or
don't
what did she do?
realize.
My free cams or whatever. Anytime I look at those sites, from the little that I saw, and again I'm speaking of limited experience, maybe it's different if you watch more, but from the little I saw, the Twitch hot tub stream girls show way more than the average My Free Cams girl.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
Dude.
yeah. Not, like you have to pay a lot of money to get the My Free Cams girl to get as undressed as they are automatically on the Twitch bikini streams. It's unbelievable how crazy that has got.
Not that I have ever really watched these pools hot tub streams.
Yeah,
I
of
do
course
remember that
not.
I accidentally clicked into one, and I forget who it was, but man, this person, they're not in the frame the whole time. What there's just, it's like an iPad there, like, you know, doing this, like, okay guys, it's coming real soon, and it wasn't real soon. Not that I would have sat there, but I tabbed out, but I tabbed back in, and it was still not, you know, real soon. It's like a constant, just continuing and continuing and continuing, and it's just, you know, not good. That's really
part of that. That's the strategy. That a girl will say like, oh, coming back in a new outfit, and then they leave, and then viewership will build for 20, 30, 40 minutes while they're off screen, and then when they come back, they have an outfit, and then the viewership goes down because people have seen it, and they kind of like repeat that. There were some streams with, I think, Amaranth, where she spends more time off camera than she actually spends on camera.
Yeah, that's wild.
Imagine. I want to talk about this for a second
Crazy
also.
shit. I mean, I guess
Right. There is. I can see how. Like with Chaturbate, you'll go on there. Okay, there is like different categories. Okay, like they're talking about soft porn and hard porn. The thing about going on a porn site, you know what you're going there for. You expect to see nudity, right? Okay. Well, the element of surprise, and I'm being legitimately serious here, where it's like when you go onto a streaming service like Twitch, let's just say, okay, so let's make 3 comparisons, okay? So you've got a legitimate porn site with like live cams, okay? And the woman on there is showing her tits. Let's just say an example. And then you've got another one where it's like OnlyFans, again, showing her tits. And then you have like, I'm lost. Again, like guys, you know I can't do 2 things at the same time. Wow, awesome. We win. Yeah, so you've got like a legitimate porn site, you've got like OnlyFans, and then you've got like Twitch, let's just say. Which one is the viewer going to get more aroused by? They're all showing tits, same woman, same thing. Which one is the viewer going to get more aroused by? On a consecutive basis. Again, majority rules, not like individual circumstance. Why are you pinging me, bro? Yeah, I know I suck. 1-3. Yeah, it's fine. I don't play look. But don't worry about it. I'm gonna have ulti every like 10 seconds. Yeah, so which one do you guys think? Because I know the answer to that. I think if you think about it... Yeah, it's Twitch. Definitely. 100%. Okay, so I have ulti every 30 seconds now. That's still not good enough. That's not even close. What are you doing, Mundo? Are you a psychopath? Wow. Fuck it, I'm going in. Well, that was pretty stupid. What'd you do that for, you dumb fuck? Yo, he literally feeding. And you ping me? Sit down, doggo.
Man, dude.
But yeah, if you've never thought about that before, you definitely give it a good thought and you will come to that conclusion. Yeah, it's actually quite interesting. So yeah, basically, if Twitch is promoting that, it would make total sense. Make total sense. It's like the element of surprise. It's like something like it's kind of what every fucking addiction is based off.
This whole thing is wild, dude. It's wild. I mean, I'm trying to think back to like how I used to run moderation policies because, well, Tiny Chat was bigger than Kick and Rumble put together, probably by a factor of 10. And I honestly think we had almost no rules at all. I think it was fucking wild.
Ooh, that
But
should have hit
it
him.
was different in 2010 than it was now. Like, I don't think people cared at that time like they do now. Like now, like it's jarring. I think if you go into a chat and there's people that are like spamming crazy shit, like holy shit, like there's like, you know, there's racial slurs in here, people are telling people to kill yourself. It's like, you know, this is wild. You're not used to seeing that. Even Xbox live chat and shit is all toned down now.
Yeah.
Back in the day, that was just like that was chat. That's what you got, and just no one did anything. And the only way that you got moderated was if you were doing something like fucking actually.
Yeah, you never got
and
banned
you would
from
get moderated.
Battle.net for typing the N-word. Like that wasn't.
No, like no,
wasn't
yeah,
moderated
it wasn't
at
even.
all.
There was no one you could report to.
Yeah.
I don't think either. Like if someone said something to you, you couldn't click to report, and if you did, you knew it went nowhere anywhere.
Yeah.
Right. So. Yeah, I think it's jarring seeing this, but I don't also think like, man, Rumble is probably especially Rumble. Their model has to be independent of advertisers because I can't imagine
They have their whole own ad network built out. They run ads and everything on their shit. Like,
yeah, no, sure, no doubt. But there's like two sides of the advertising world. So you have like the CPA side, which is cost per acquisition, and that can be anything where it doesn't matter. Like I'm trying to shill you to go buy some Nutrisystems or anything. Like there's an intermediary between the end product and you, right? So there's that, like My Pillow shit, all that type of stuff. And then there's like the good advertising. That's like, you know, Apple advertising or fucking Target.
Oh no,
or,
Rumble right now is still very much in the kind of like not good advertising in terms of like who they get. Yeah. But like, so, like in my opinion, I mean, like, what's going to happen is if you get the users, I think the advertisers will come, right? This is what I said about Twitter a while ago, where it was like, oh, all the advertisers are going to pull on Twitter. Bullshit. If Twitter keeps their user base, they're going to come back.
Yep.
Nobody's going to let like Black Rifle Coffee, you know, be the sole advertiser on a platform like over, you know, in Rumble's case, I think it was like tens of millions or almost 100 million like monthly active users. Like nobody's going to pass up all that free advertising space.
Yep.
Eventually, I would say that'd be my guess, but.
No, I mean, I get that, but I think that it's like you have all sorts of like garbage advertiser. What really happens in this type of space is that there's a limitless, endless amount of advertising that are like hot teens are in your area, click here, or, you know, grow your dick 16 inches. And that's going to pay a lot of money. Those types of ads pay a lot. So they're always going to rise to the top here. And if you embrace that shit at all, it is going to completely keep away the good shit. And
well, I don't think they run those ads on Rumble. They don't have like porn ads. That's like a different bucket.
Oh, no, I'm not saying porn ads. I'm just saying kind of shitty ads, like clean up your computer now, like malware shit, or stuff that's like super scummy, like you install it and they keep nagging you to pay, or like you know what I'm talking about, like this whole class of like garbage products or things that are putting you on a subscription that you can't get out of, or shit that's going to slow down your computer, malware, adware, or shit having to do with like finding a girlfriend now, like just anything that has a really high amount of money that you can make is going to proliferate to this. And the stuff but you know, that's the problem, is that those things keep away like good brands and things like that. Like I'm sure Rumble wants.
I feel like you're putting the cart out of the horse here. I feel like it's not those ads that would chase away good brands. I feel like it's like the.
No, I told you this build is insane.
So that's why they do. Like, do you think if Google started selling those ads, that all the good advertisers would leave AdSense?
No, I don't think they do, but I think a lot on AdSense you'd have the platform control to say, do not put me on this website.
Sure.
Right? Because there still is a lot of power from emailing an advertiser with like a bunch of, you know, curse words and being like, hey, your ad is, you know, Pampers ad is right below this, like, you know, kill all Chinese people or whatever the fuck it is. And they're gonna be like, okay, I'm pulling all my ads from that site. It's crazy. You don't think there's still that level of caring about shit? Like, I mean, I know you do.
No, I don't think so.
Like,
I don't. I think they care about.
Twitter still doesn't have their shit back.
Really?
No, of course not.
Oh, okay, yeah. Wait, hold on. But still, I think you're conflating. Why can I not click this? Hello? You're conflating content with advertisements. I think. Like, I think that people don't want their ads to show up against like bad content. But I've never ever, and maybe it's happened, I just never heard of it. I've never heard of advertisers pulling their ads because they're showing up against other ads they don't want to be against.
Yeah,
oh, I didn't mean to say that.
Yes, because of the content they show.
I'm saying extremist content. I don't mean.
We can talk about extremist content, but you're jumping to a totally different. Because what you just said before was you made it sound like if somebody's grabbing the shitty ads, good advertisers don't want to be against the shitty advertisements, which I don't think that's true. I don't know if they would care that much.
Okay, sure. So let's focus on the content. So what? I feel like they have to move away from the advertising stuff, lest their ads become nothing but that type of shitty ads. Grow your dick 18 inches overnight type of thing.
Yeah, but the goal there then is to just probably...
Totally legit, by the way, guys.
That's probably what their goal would be then, right?
You definitely want to get behind something like that.
People that are not in that realm of like extremist content. So people like me, or people less extreme than me, people that are like left-leaning or center-left or far-left or whatever, like that's probably who they're
Wow, I'm sitting on 123 ability haste. I have an ulti every 15 seconds. I think that's pretty okay.
No, he's a populist leftist.
And I still have another 5 to go. Yeah. And I'm legitimately carrying.
I feel like the real ultimate goal for a site like Rumble or Kick or any of these, if they want to actually compete, needs to be allowing people like yourself to make as much money as possible and giving you the tools to do it and letting you own your viewers. So what are things that they could do where they could take a kick from the amount of money that you're making, but are based less on advertising. So a good example of that would be like the ability for either of these sites to allow you to email all of your subscribers, like to send a message like up to once a day or something like that.
Viewer ownership is really scary. I don't know if any site would ever give you that. I don't even know if that's a good idea. But
well, the idea is that it feels more like your Patreon, where you produce video content, and less like, you know, you're producing content for a website. So I think that's where it needs to go.
I mean, they're integrating with a website called Locals that kind of lets you do that kind of thing. But I think that what you're talking about right there, that's like some ultra ambitious shit. I don't think most content creators want to be involved in that. Like if you offered most content creators like, oh, do you want access to like the actual information for all of your subs? They'd say, no, just give me a better CPM. Right. So I think what Rumble is probably focused on is getting their advertising model built up, which is probably the most important thing, because having good ad inventory is just king. And then second is like, I think they want to do that, like that quasi agency thing. You know how Twitch has like Twitch, what's it called?
I know what you're saying about doing an agency. I know that certainly makes sense.
What are the Twitch bounties? Like that kind of system set up?
Sure.
Yeah. I think they're trying to get something like that set up too. I think that's more the vein that they're looking in. For creators, you just need them to be able to make money off of ads easily. The ownership over a platform and all of that, nobody gives a fuck about that. That's like for really, really, really ambitious people.
Man, you really feel I disagree. I feel like if you're decent sized, and that's where you're going to get most of your money. Like I think, what would you rather have? 1,000 broadcasters that have 10 viewers, or one person that does 10,000? Is that the same amount of viewers? Whatever.
Assuming they're unique, so you probably want more broadcasters. That'd be my guess, but
I don't think so. I feel like you would want the one person that you can represent and sell and get higher rate for. Like if you try to sell an ad towards a streamer that has 10 viewers, I feel like that's not very premium. But trying to sell something against like Kripparrian or something like that, okay,
well,
yeah,
but
that's worth a major
I don't think any of
premium.
these inventories are managed that way, are they? Like Twitch doesn't sell. Twitch sells ads against the platform. Twitch doesn't sell ads for the streamers.
You know, it's actually not true like that, because I've had bounties and I know other people that have had bounties, and when I compare the rates that I get versus the rates that they get, it's not like, oh, my average viewers is X and yours is Y. So significant premiums go to people with more viewers. So.
Sure,
anyway,
but that's
the
not.
whole
But
point
again,
I'm just trying to say here is, I feel like, first of all, I think it's important to allow viewers to feel like if you want to be a platform for, let's say, not normal content. That's not the right word.
Alternative
to use
content
here.
is the.
If you want to be, if you want to be a platform for alternative content, I think these people are going to be very sensitive to the idea that they might get banned, because a lot of them probably have been. I think a lot of them are concerned about. Why you say no?
I don't think you want to. You don't want to build a platform and ban people. That's like the worst types of people.
Yeah, but everyone on this site is banned from Twitch or YouTube.
Is that
everyone?
Russell Brand's not banned from anywhere? I think he still has a YouTube channel. Right? I don't know if Glenn Greenwald is banned from YouTube. I don't think he is. I don't know if that Steve guy that they bought, I don't know if he's banned from any platforms.
Hold on. You're cherry picking a few places. Do you think the majority
I'm thinking of the largest content creators.
Do you think a majority of the smaller streamers on Rumble are
I don't
people
care.
that
I'm not
could
thinking of
just...
the smaller streamers. I'm thinking people like the Lead Attorney. Like these guys are have decently big presence on YouTube. They're not all banned. I mean, there's a lot of smaller people that are banned for sure. I'm not going to deny that. But like, I'm pretty sure the larger content creators on Rumble, I don't think they're all banned streamers.
I don't know why anyone would ever. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be. Well, maybe it's good for you to argue for this. But I think if you want viewership, it would always be better. You would make more money, get more viewers always if you went on Twitch or YouTube.
Yeah, that is true right now. Of course, yeah.
So if that's the case, why would you be on Rumble or other ones? And it's because the obvious answer that sticks to me is because you can't be on YouTube or Twitch.
That's
either because you've been banned or because you know you will be banned if you go there.
Sure. So that's why the goal is to acquire more viewers and to build out the ad network and do bounties and shit, which YouTube doesn't do, I guess, to try to help. I guess to help people make money, right? That's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the disagreement here is I feel like people would care about having some ownership over their.
Yeah, but okay, you say that. Can you think of any other model on the entire internet that does that in the streaming or YouTube world?
Patreon.
No.
Yeah,
does
Patreon
give you access to your viewers' emails?
I mean, you can email people on Patreon.
Wait, why did you? You're not dumb. Why did you just say that?
What? Wait. What? Hold on. What are you?
being able
I
to
feel like
email
major disconnect
somebody.
here.
Okay, yeah, maybe we do have a major disconnect. Being able to email somebody does not mean that you have their email address.
Yeah.
Being able to push a
see?
button and tell Patreon, email all of my patrons is way different than Patreon gives me their email addresses.
Yep.
Those are two totally different things, right?
Yes, I agree that. I don't know.
I don't know what Patreon does. Patreon might give you their email addresses. I'm not sure, but I know that those are
I'm
two.
not sure either.
Okay.
I know you can email them.
Sure. But then the question is, how many people on Patreon are they utilizing that for like some kind of side business, or is it just to remind people of Patreon posts?
Yeah, but that's a very powerful thing to do that type of. Here's the thing: you and I seems a lot of Zoomers completely undermine the power of email. You think this is like some boomer shit that no one uses. It's just not true. Email is one of the best marketing tools that there is. It's worth a tremendous amount of money, and people spend a lot of money to put their ads and marketed content into emails.
Yeah, I
It's
agree.
not like
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
It's a major shit.
Steven Crowder fighting with two big platforms right now. A lot of it has to do with control over email lists of subscribers and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, Patreon does absolutely give you access to their emails and what their emails are.
Gotcha.
So, why did you did your kick deal
ABBA
kick in? How
just
good was it?
dropping in out of nowhere. Holy shit.
good, ABBA.
Is that yep?
Pretty good. But it's only 3 months. We'll see how we feel after the 3 months. Yeah.
That's like pretty strange though.
It's
But then
only 3 months, you said?
Yep.
Versus Kick versus Rumble, which one are you preferring so far?
Well, I haven't streamed on Kick yet.
And once he does, he won't be able to answer that question.
I'm sure there'll be pros and cons to both.
You centrist! How dare you? Take a side. We'll push him later. He can't answer yet.
I actually don't know.
Whoever does the bigger paycheck, I imagine. I'm kidding. I'm capping.
Good one.
Do you think that Destiny can be bought?
Yes, but I can be bought too. So can you.
I mean, if somebody's going to offer me like $50 million for a year, that's
Hi.
the best fucking platform
I
on the
can be
internet.
bought too, yo.
Yeah.
Easy game. Give me fucking money.
Fucking sellouts.
Easy cash.
Oh, okay. I was in push to talk. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, hey, what's up?
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
Enlighten
what
us.
is with Aiden Ross, like, you know, Sneeko, 16-year-old girl, like a pedophile? Is that the right word?
A
Like,
pedophile?
Yeah, a pedophile. Like, why even get into that argument, or what's going on there? Because it just looks like an optical L, and it's frustrating me.
Because they brought up clips. What am I supposed to say? I didn't do it. It's deep fakes?
No, just like because I think what they're trying to hear, or what they're trying to fish for, or what would look best, I might be wrong, is just to be like, okay, a 16-year-old girl can sometimes look more mature than they really are, but obviously mentally they're not anywhere close, so you shouldn't do anything with them. But when you start defending, like, oh well, you know, 16-year-old girls, and
Whoever
pedophiles,
defended, no
different
one's
with
defending anything. I
8-year-olds.
literally just said what you said. I'm pretty sure I've literally said almost those words verbatim.
Okay, well maybe I just saw like some clip shipped shit or whatever.
Yeah, check your facts before.
Because it looked like you were like going on the straws of like pedophilia, like the difference, and then it just looks like you're splitting straws.
It's not
But-
splitting straws. It's like, I don't understand how people don't think, do you recognize that there's a huge difference between somebody that would 16-year-old versus somebody that would 6-year-old?
But that doesn't matter.
Wait,
right?
no, wait, hold on. I just need to know
No,
that you
no,
understand the
it
difference between that.
doesn't-
I need to understand that you know there's a difference between that. Between
Yes,
somebody that would
yeah.
fuck a 6-year-old versus somebody that would fuck a 6-year-old. You recognize the difference, right?
I understand the fucking difference.
Okay,
But the point is,
yeah.
when you start arguing about the difference, you come off as somebody who wants to fuck a 16-year-old.
That's great, but what am I supposed to do when somebody brings up a clip of me?
You just you shut it down as fast as possible. You're like, there's a difference, but it doesn't really matter. Like,
What do you mean it doesn't really matter? Why would I lie? Why would I say
Stupid
something that's
woman,
retarded?
what the fuck?
There's a huge difference between somebody that fucks a 16-year-old and somebody that fucks a
It
6-year-old.
doesn't really matter because you shouldn't one either way.
You shouldn't stab somebody in the neck and you shouldn't punch somebody in the face, but they're two totally different things, right?
Okay, but it comes off as like terminally online shit. Like the vast majority of people are
Who
gonna
the
hear
fuck
that and just be
cares?
like, oh, he's kind of trying to justify fucking a 16-year-old.
Yo,
like I understand your
you are
logic.
sick
I
as shit,
understand you've
lady.
seen the clip and then you saw the comedian thing and that's like the only
Sick as shit. Holy fuck. She comes in here and actually drops that. What the fucking moron is? Do you not think he knows that? Oh my god, what an absolute fucking tool. Holy shit. Be right back. Oh, great. 2-0. Brilliant. Good fucking job. Brain dead fucking people. Holy fuck.
Only thing that exists in your brain. You're right. I don't know what you want me to say. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just think that.
Yeah, you
should
don't
just
think.
say
The
quickly
end.
Right after whatever
There's no
sentence,
just
like,
say
you should
quickly.
never
You
fuck a
guys, I don't understand how
16-year-old.
these people come on and you give me advice. You've never been in these positions your entire life. Okay, Aiden Ross is literally bringing up like 7 different fucking clips collected of me over 12 years.
What did you say in that clip, though?
I don't know. Go find it. This debate's like 8 years old.
Oh, that was years ago?
What about you said that molesting somebody doesn't count, molesting a child doesn't count as pedophilia?
No, geez, you guys always clip from these big conversations. There is a crime stat where when it comes to people that abuse underage children, everybody thinks these people are pedophiles, which isn't necessarily true. What happens is people abuse people.
What? if you touch a kid, you're a pedophile.
This is so loud.
That's it.
Yeah.
What speed you need to bring up to go and justify molesting a kid? That's pedophilia. What?
Every time it's Sneeko and Aiden Ross, bro, just like over the fucking top loud. Always. Every single time.
People that abuse children are people that are just in positions of power over them. So like babysitters, teachers, priests. These are people that I think the Australian crime stats show that like 10% of them have a history of like pedophilic tendencies, but the other 90% are just in a position of power over the kid and they end up molesting them. But it's not like only pedophiles molest their kids. But it's important to keep in mind because it's not like only pedophiles can abuse children. You might get babysitters, teachers, clergymen, or whatever other weird people that'll just do it because they're in that position and they take advantage of it.
People misunderstanding that are just trying to misunderstand.
It depends on the age. I don't know. If you're 21 and you molest a 17-year-old, are you a pedophile?
Bro, hold on a second, dude. What do you mean it depends? No, it doesn't. It doesn't depend.
I mean, you're talking with Aiden Ross here. He's just looking for the chance to fucking get a hot take on something.
Listen, there is no justification for ever molesting a kid, ever.
No justice. So you don't think you should ever sexualize like a 15 or 16-year-old ever?
I know what you're gonna do. Yes, you should never. No, never.
Okay. So what do you guys think about the Tates DMing like Romanian women that are like 15 years old to try to get them on the campsite? Those DMs were leaked. Those DMs were they came from a Instagram.
Harsh reality,
Aiden,
huh? Harsh reality.
One of them was the daughter of a Romanian politician DMing 15, 16-year-old girls to get them on their website. Let's hear the quote. Go ahead.
It's not okay to molest kids.
No one in
touch a kid,
Why do you think it's okay to molest kids?
Who the fuck
Who said that you're not a pedophile if you molest kids?
What a fucking
What part of it
idiots,
says
bro.
it's okay to molest kids?
They're either idiots or they're just chasing a hot take.
What did I justify?
You said that if you molest a kid, it doesn't necessarily mean you're a pedophile. These
Does that
people,
make it okay? Hold on, is it pedophilia is bad and everything that's not pedophilia is okay? If I say like murdering somebody doesn't make you a pedophile, does it mean I justify murder? If you can't handle the conversation, that's fine, but then just don't talk about it. Don't virtue signal to me like every blue-haired cuck on the internet would to show how good they are about because that's what you're doing right now. You're virtue signaling. I don't hear virtue signaling. I don't want to hear virtue signaling. If you want to talk about the issue or crime stats or what makes somebody pedophile, we can talk about that. Don't virtue signal me. Do that in front of Aiden, okay?
All right. Ninja, shut the f*** up.
What am I supposed to say? What
So annoying, man.
Sometimes 16-year-olds can look like 20 years old. What am I supposed to say then? Oh, well, it's still wrong to f them. I'm going to sound like a brain-dead retard if I say that. Obviously, I have to address what I'm talking about. I can't just spew out like your little optical wind shit and then walk away from it when I've got 10 years of clips of me talking about various things relating to this issue. I gotta have to own the position and talk about it honestly.
Stupid fucking woman.
I just think too many
No,
people
you
just
don't think. I've already said this.
What am I supposed to do, Pixie? Oh, just say like you were wrong. Say you didn't say anything. Like, no, I would.
You move as quick as
Yeah, no,
possible.
I do. I answer and I move on. I say, you want to go into? You don't. We don't. That whole conversation lasted. Pixie, first of all, you haven't even seen the original conversation. You've seen a 27-second clip on Twitter. I know exactly the one that you've seen. And then you've seen the comedian video underneath it because you're parroting those same points. I know exactly the video you've watched. So I know everything that you've seen right now. In the original conversation, I think we're on this topic for like 1.5 minutes. And then we move off of it. Because I bring up Andrew Tate and him DMing 15, 16-year-olds. And then they fucking get off it. But in the middle of the conversation, Aiden is literally pausing my combo with Sneeko to play clips of me from the past. So obviously I have to say something about it. Like,
Okay.
Okay, yeah. You shouldn't have just said anything.
Okay, I get it.
you should go watch. Like,
Jesus
the actual conversation
fucking
that comes
Christ,
from, rather than
moron.
assuming that I'm, like, on a stream like,
Brain
oh,
dead
hemophile,
fucking.
hemophile, pedophile. Like, there's just no fucking way that I would ever bring that up unprovoked. But when Aiden is literally like playing clips of me, yeah, I'm gonna have to talk about it to some extent, of course.
Yep.
Okay, I thought that you talked about it longer than you did. Or I don't know. I just think like you should. Maybe this is just me being dishonest. I guess.
Yep. No, it's you being stupid as fuck and not doing your research.
You pivoted away as quick as possible as you could, right?
You watch it and you tell me if you want to.
Okay, I'll go watch the full video. I just saw the clip, so I thought that was context, but it wasn't. Okay.
Saw a clip and thought that to come and give her insight.
If it's a 2-hour conversation, is that not getting off of it pretty quickly? If that was the extent of the combo, was it a 27-second clip?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll talk.
You're stupid as shit. Basically, that is exactly what just happened. Dumb ass fucking woman. Holy fuck. Keep your dumb ass opinions to yourself. Holy fuck, that was cancer. Didn't even do the research and like comes here to give him insight. Shut your mouth. Fuck off, Body Bear. Wait, yo, I just silenced him. What is this bullshit? Oh, that's some bullshit, that is. Watch this, I get the kill. Easy fucking game.
Red pillars will make some observations that are true, and then they get wild with it. And they go off into these crazy places. It's like, I understand where you're starting from, but the places that you go, you could go in such a better direction. Back then, online only existed to augment your real life.
Yes.
The reason why you got social media is because it helped you connect with friends more. Because back then, like, a lot of us weren't using cell phones as much yet. It wasn't a requirement to text everybody.
Yep.
Like, you would have, and people use these things to make their real life better. But at some point, past 15 years,
It became real life.
Wow.
became real life.
That was
Women have stepped
bum
into
rape.
more and more traditionally masculine
Fucking
roles.
fiddles,
They're
man.
earning more money. They're handling their shit. They're stable. There's more to them than just looking pretty. This is what women have done. But men are not allowed to step in traditionally feminine roles. If you were black and you wanted to buy houses in certain areas,
couldn't buy it,
like,
yeah,
you
you couldn't get a
literally couldn't
mortgage.
do it. Yeah, which is, and again, not to make excuses, because today is today, and you can't go into the past and change anything. You have to work as hard as you can today. But it pisses me off when you get some of these white motherfuckers that have had houses that have been in their families for fucking generations, looking at people who's
Welcome to the Fresh Fit Podcast. Well, Sneeko, not you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're tired of you.
Been
at
here
this
all
point.
week, bro.
Yeah, he's about to be our neighbor here soon. So you guys are about to see him pop up. Like, it's going to be crazy. You're going to see him in the chat 1 minute, like, yo, this bitch
Straight
is
to the
annoying.
chat,
And he's just going to pull up
roasting
and just like shit on them. But I guess we'll start with you, Sneeko, and then Destiny can introduce himself.
Sneeko, my second channel. You know me. I've had a lot of debates with Destiny recently, and
Yo, shout out to Act for calling me stupid for the last debate with Destiny. Stupid. Come on, man.
Okay, so this Destiny or whatever the fuck his name is, basically he's making him look fucking stupid.
Come on, man. Come on, Act. Thought we were cool, man.
AK.
I'm gonna pull up and hang.
He'll probably be here sometime this summer. So yeah. Well, summer's almost over, but in the fall maybe. Anything else?
Nah, yeah, that's why I don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Fantastic. Destiny, welcome to the Fresh Fit Podcast, man.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Destiny, I was the not stupid one in that debate. Thank you very much, Jack. I don't know anything about you, but I appreciate the compliments. So, yeah, you can find me at youtube.com/Destiny. I do politics, philosophy, video games, whatever.
Awesome.
Some would call me blue-pilled, maybe.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So, can you tell the people why you're because I did not know that you were banned off Twitch until right before we started the stream.
What happened, bro?
Yeah, if you could talk about it.
Sure. Just basically, I've always had kind of like a center-left political position, which like 5 years ago in the gaming space was pretty far left.
Yeah.
But the scene has changed a lot over time.
Yes, it has.
And yeah, stuff has gotten way, way, way farther left. So I think the ban was because I had a position that I didn't believe that trans women should be competing in the same leagues as cisgender women.
Real women.
How dare you?
Oh, you bigot?
Yeah, basically. And then I think I got banned for
Sexist,
that.
bro.
Maybe, but all they do is they tell you that they ban you for hate speech and they don't actually tell you what it was for.
Mm.
But I don't say like any hateful slurs or anything on my stream, so that's my guess. But
That's very big.
Yeah, I mean, hey,
Yeah.
man, let's just let guys compete with girls and just continue to beat the crap out of them and let them know that they're inferior physically. All right, cool. So I'll read these chats real quick. We already got 12,000 you guys in here, so do me a favor. Like the video, subscribe to both their YouTube channels, Destiny, Sneeko, and Schneeko. Okay, and their links are all below as well, guys. Check them out. First and foremost, Destiny, I want to say thank you for getting our side when all the bullshit happened with L3 making those dumbass allegations. That's when I reached out to you, actually. Giving an objective look on it. Obviously that girl made some bullshit allegations that weren't true, and like her story just fell apart when we pulled out all the receipts.
And Ethan, of course, trying to make it worse than it really is.
Of course, yeah. You're calling Ethan Decline for a reason.
Decline. That's liberals. All they got is cancel culture. They're not really good at arguing. You guys
we don't have as many nicknames as you guys have. I'll say that for sure. Jesus Christ. I'm like relearning every YouTuber when I step in here as like a new nickname for you guys.
Oh, yeah. We have a bunch of nicknames. But yes, Lasan and L3 are definitely our favorites ones. And, they're the ones that like they made so many videos talking shit about us, like, oh, we'll debate you guys, blah blah blah. And I was like, all right, cool, let's debate. Matter of fact, me and Andrew will gladly debate you two in person. All of a sudden, oh no, we got family. Oh no, we don't want to debate. It's like, are you guys even relevant anymore? Well, Andrew Tate's the most searched person on Google, and we get way more views than y'all, and we have 1/3 of the audience. So what's your excuse, bro? What's your excuse? Like, you're gonna say we're not relevant? What the fuck?
You know what it is, bro? They're our biggest supporters. That's what it really is. Talk to them, man.
All right. So I guess I'll turn it to you guys. Like, what do you guys disagree with on Fresh Fit?
I want to start with this just for you guys, because you guys are definitely icons in the space as well. How'd you find the RP, and what's your thoughts on the RP? And we'll start, I guess, Destiny. Yeah.
So I've been doing like the political space probably for since 2016, and then red pill stuff is kind of like it rose like in the early Trump days, and then it kind of like receded for a while, and then I see over the past like year or two, especially last year, it's like picked up again a lot. And I guess the way that I see it is that you've kind of got like this progressive establishment that has basically, through all of these kind of like academic terms, have like built up this idea that you can say like men, white people, the Mayo side, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But like every other racial minority is super protected. Can't make fun of black people. Can't make fun of Hispanic people. Can't. Right?
Yeah.
And then if you're white, there's like 50 million things you got to worry about. When you have that type of attitude, and then it becomes pervasive on your side, then, I mean, invariably, there's going to be other people that will start to speak to the disaffected people that you're pushing out. And I think that part of the red pill has been that there are people on, I'll say the right, I don't know if you guys would consider yourselves to be the right, there are people on the right that are willing to speak some uneasy truths that people on the left just won't acknowledge.
Yeah.
And as long as you're not willing to acknowledge something that's true, you're going to lose to the people that are willing to acknowledge what's true. And I think that red pillars will make some observations that are true, and then they get wild with it. And they go off into these crazy places where it's like, I understand where you're starting from, but the places that you go, you could go in such a better direction. And that's kind
what
of
we've been arguing about
my engagement has been with like the red pill. Yeah.
All right. I mean, I agree with that. Like, I mean, I've talked about it. That's a big reason why we get dragged so much, is because I've said it a million times. The public enemy number one is the white male. It's how you galvanize the left, is you need a common enemy. It's what Hitler did to unite Germany. White man bad. They came here, colonized, and they enslave everybody, etc. But if you're like a woman, you're a colored person, whatever it may be, you're considered a protected class, and you can say whatever you want. it's only racism, right, if it's on a protected class. But if you make fun of a Caucasian guy, talk shit about him, even a white girl. We've had girls come on this podcast to say derogatory terms about white people, and no one bats an eye. And my thing is just this. We talked about this with Sneeko the other day. You know, we'll have people run around saying Black Lives Matter and Black Power, and you know, we need to have Black-owned businesses, and you need to marry a Black woman. You should need to be with your kind. We need to keep our roots strong. Black lives, right? You know, Black Power. Could you imagine if we reversed it around? White Power. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh no. KKK. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you guys are racist. Blah blah blah. But it's only racism when white people do it. It's not racist the other way around. And it goes back to that logic thing that I talked about. If you put it on the other side, does it make sense? And it does not in this case.
I will say, let me represent the other side a little bit. I think there are reasons for that. I think there are reasons why, and everybody at this table knows. If you hear a guy say Black Power, it's whatever. But if you hear a dude say white power, you're like, hold on. What do you mean by that? Right? It's like, and it's one of those things where, you know, different people, you know, represent groups for different reasons. But the problem is that I can give you that answer for that, and I can give you that answer for everything else. But when you take all of it collectively, at some point it doesn't matter anymore. It just sounds like, well, it just sounds like you fucking hate white people. That's what it sounds like. So
yeah, I don't know how I feel about white power, Black Power. I don't really think people should stand on that and die on that fucking hill in general, but yeah, when it's about like being okay that you're white and being okay that you're Black and not accepting people talk down at you because of the color of your skin, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's kind of the reason for the civil rights movement that basically erased slavery from the Americas.
Like, I think everybody here knows when you hear somebody say white power, there's
You never
something
heard
else
Martin
going on
Luther
there as
King's
opposed to,
fucking
like, Black
speech?
power,
Fucking
automatic.
dumbass.
But yeah, I agree that like when you have that excuse for every single issue, like why is it okay to say fucking kill all white people, but I can't do it with Black people? When you have that excuse for every reason, it looks bad, and I think that's where the left's kind of like lost control of the narrative and the optics and everything.
Yeah, I just look at it like if you want to end racism, then everyone's got to be held to the same standards. My thing, like you can't sit there and say Black Power, then a white dude goes ahead and says white power, and you're like, oh well, you're a racist when you're pretty much saying the same shit. I've heard them say terrible things like, oh yeah, we need to attack white people, take the shit back, and no one really bats an eye. It's crazy to me that like Black Lives Matter is not designated as a domestic terrorist organization because they fit the profile 100% according to FBI definition, you know? But if you have like a white militia group, they're definitely going to go on that FBI list. So I look at it like, listen, you look at the Justice Department, what does Lady Justice have, right? She has a blindfold and she has the 2 scales. Justice is supposed to be blind. That's what they say. So I look at it like, listen, if you're going to go ahead and say this is racist on one side, it's got to be racist on the other side too. That's all I'm saying. The way to defeat racism is through equality, but it can't be selective.
Yeah, Twitch went through that a couple months ago. There was a huge ordeal where
what should I play, guys? AP or AD?
And it blew up into a huge thing. And like, I was surprised Twitch actually started banning people for it. It's like, this is a little bit wild, but yeah, not a good look, I would say.
Yeah, it's just like I said, it's just wild to me how like you can be racist to white people, but if they say anything about like a protected class, it's considered you're racist.
Because you're punching down and you're systemically oppressing somebody and blah blah. Yeah, there's like all these reasons why you can't make fun of somebody else, but these people will like go after your throat for everything.
Exactly.
They'll try to like they'll go after your job, they'll go after your income, they'll go after like your online presence, they'll get you banned, kicked out of your apartment, whatever.
Yeah, seriously, they did it. They try to do it to us, and it's like, because and we're colored, so it's like then they'll say, oh well, you guys are Black, like you can't make comments on the Black community because you guys aren't Black, and it's like, okay, bro, we're gonna use this fucking example again.
Yo, could you imagine if we were white saying what we're saying now?
Oh yeah, we would have been canceled. It would have been.
And it's funny because like, yes, the white man's call me enemy now, but like it's just our turn because what happens is right, like no one's safe. Like now it's white man. It could be the Spanish man next. It just depends, bro. So nobody's safe.
Yeah. And it's gonna. I've always said it. The left continues to eat itself. So it starts with Caucasian men. It's gonna start to progress, and it's gonna get to a point where it's gonna be like, all men are trash, only women, and you need to be purple haired and 300 pounds, and you need to be the most woke, etc. Like as the years pass, becoming left becomes more and more extreme. So
it's like there's like the comic with there's the guy standing with like 10 people in front of him, and then there's the not the bulldozer. What's the flattening thing? The
steamer, like it's like a roller. It's like a roller,
behind him, and it's like just crush the last person. It's like, okay, I think we've gone far enough now, because it's coming for him next.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of what happened to me, I guess. Yeah, so that's basically I'm one of the flattened dudes.
I mean, I shout out to Tim Pool. I always use him as an example. 10 years ago, right? 12 years ago, around 2010ish. He would be considered like a flaming liberal. Now it's like he's a raging conservative, you know, and that's just goes to show you, just in the span of 10 years, how much we've like went off the fucking rails as far as like being woke and being politically correct and people's feelings and all this other crazy shit. So
Yeah.
It's funny because like the three of us, like did you vote for Trump?
I didn't vote.
You didn't vote, but you would consider yourself a Trump supporter?
bro, he don't even watch American movies.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just funny that we're at this table now. If you were a Trump voter, you'd immediately be labeled alt-right. But Myron and I both voted for Trump, and like they can't use the same terminology.
I will admit, I didn't vote, but if I could,
Oh, you didn't vote?
I didn't vote, but if I could, I will vote for him. And if he runs again, if they don't pull some bullshit,
Why couldn't
I
you
will
vote?
vote
Because
for
you
him.
work for the government?
Well, in 2016, where was I in 2016? I was
Mexico?
I was registered to vote in Connecticut.
Oh, so it didn't matter.
My vote is useless.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, yes. In 2016, I was registered in Connecticut, so that's a big yeah.
So the elephant in the room, is Andrew Tate good for the guys or not, in your opinion, and why?
I'd say absolutely not.
Okay.
Okay.
Why is that?
I think that the idea of masculinity and success and fulfillment that's being sold by a lot of people on the right, I think leads to the same type of spiritual wasteland that you're trying to like pull these young men out of.
Yeah. This is what I was
Like, when
talking
look
about
at somebody
yesterday.
Andrew Tate, or even like for you guys, or and anybody that talks about red pill stuff, it always feels like your big markers for success are how many women can you get, how much
Yep.
money can you make,
Yep.
what kind of cars do you drive.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, I don't know how old you guys are, but like when I think back to the things I've had in my life, like I don't like remember the third, new iPhone I got. I don't remember like when I got my new car, like how it was cool for like a week, but like there are memories that you make with other
Yep.
people. There are things that you achieve or accomplish in your life. For me, maybe stuff related to music, maybe stuff related to gaming when I was in esports. Like these are the standout memories that I have, but I never hear anybody in like the red pill society building towards that. It always feels like they're building towards like the most hollowed existence that you possibly could have as a
Yep.
man that gets like signed off by mainstream consumer society.
You've applied that a lot to me, but I've never even really talked about that. And even if I do, I want the ability to buy those things. It's not those things are going to make me happy. I just want to have the power to not be restricted by anything.
Yeah, but I guess the argument that I always make is that if you spend all of your life trying to get the capability to have everything,
Yep.
right? Like a man who spends his whole life on the mission, once that mission is fulfilled, he has nothing.
Yep.
Because your whole life you've just spent trying to get stuff, right? And you haven't worked on building relationships, building friendships, accomplishing something real. Like the best type of advice you get from red pills is at least working out. As long as you're doing it for yourself and not to impress a chick, but like because building your body means something.
So
right?
you don't think
prove
we should
something
tell people to
yourself.
get money?
I don't know. I don't think that's that important. I think that there are like upgrades to your life you can make. If you're making $15,000 a year and you live with your mom and dad, yeah, you need to up your money, of course. But like if you've got a decent job, and I've seen this as a millennial, there's a lot of people from my generation who are sitting in their apartment making $140,000 a year, doing work from home, who fucking hate themselves. They have no friends except for the ones that they see light up on Discord. They have no hobbies except for the 4,000th game of League of Legends they play for the day. And they have like no fulfillment in their life. They have nothing.
Yep.
And then these are the types of people that go online like, how do I meet girls? How do I meet friends? Like, why is it that I've hit every big marker in my life, but I'm fucking miserable? And I think that void isn't being answered by anybody, I think, right now.
Would you admit, right, that life is about experiences?
Yeah, for sure.
So if I'm a guy living in this world today, wouldn't I want the best experience possible?
Absolutely.
So if I'm telling guys to be better and become better themselves and experience more things in life, I want to have the best in life. For example, nicest cars, nicest lifestyle, because that does breed experiences. Now, I get what you're saying. Most guys may not get to that marker and they may be miserable on the journey. But we're just saying, look, if you live on this earth right now, how do you improve? How do you become better? Because that is the only way you can actually have purpose in life, becoming better.
I agree with you, but we're almost begging the question. Having the best experiences, the best type of life. But what are those experiences? Like, I wish we had somebody older here who was like wealthy, but like I guarantee you, if you pull like a 40, 50, 60-year-old dude, I'm 33, I'm decently wealthy, millionaire before 35, I've like got my shit together, traveled the world.
Yeah.
When I think back about the things that mean the most to me, it's never the new expensive computer I got. It's never the new expensive car I got to drive. It's never like it's always going to be like the experiences I've had with other people, especially people I love. So like the experience I've had with my wife, ex-girlfriends, like never like the car that I drove or like the newest cell phone I have. Like it's the memories you make with other people, I think. And to some extent, money can help you do that. But to another extent, money can help you do that. I have my family on my mom's side all came from Cuba. And I watch my Cuban family is so divided.
Yeah.
On one end, I've got God bless them, I love them. My parents are amazing people. I love them. They love me. But oh my God, do they run the rat race? They're in a huge house. They're both on Social Security. My dad works full time. He collects disability and retirement from the Air Force, and they're going to work till they die. They've already got like one foot in the grave, or they're walking down working full time. And like
where's the happiness in that? Whereas if I look at the other part of my Cuban family, half these people live in Hialeah. They live in these dog shit apartments that
Shout out to Hialeah.
flood. Yeah, every time it fucking rains, you've got cockroaches around. But man, every Friday, Saturday, they're having these huge parties. They're having barbecues. People are going over. They don't have expensive shit. Half these motherfuckers don't have phones,
Yeah.
but they're all having fun times. They love each other. They're having like an amazing time every weekend. They've got friends, relationships. And I look at like both of these worlds and I'm like, fuck, like
Come on,
who's
where's
winning at the
level
end of the day?
6,
It's like, on one
motherfucker?
end, I see
Holy
the
fuck.
American dream, which is chasing the houses, the money, the pools, the big lifestyle. And then on the other hand, I see like these like dumb Hispanic people, but like these guys are so much happier. Like, what the fuck? And I think even you guys are clued into that to some extent because I hear it in your rhetoric, and I know it's stripped down. This idea of like Western women and Western lifestyles.
Wait
You know,
till you
they
see
have
them
it
tonight,
more.
man.
They have it more figured out in these other parts of the world. And in these other parts of the world, they're not running the same race that we run in the West, where we're obsessed about getting like cars and houses and bitches.
So I'll just make one more point on this.
Mhm.
So recently, right, I just bought a 2022 Rolls Royce Continental truck, right?
Yeah, I saw the story. Yeah.
Not to flex or anything, but like that experience there, you know what I'm gonna do? Everyone that I care about that watched me on the journey up, I'm taking it for a ride in it. And like my mom was like excited to come see it, whatever. I'm just saying, like, yes, you're right. Chasing things like material stuff is kind of dumb. However, when you understand why you're doing it, it makes sense. So, for example, giving people that you care about, your family, your mom, your dad, your son, whatever, giving those experiences will change your life. And also, as well, let's say they get sick. My guy and I was sick a couple of years ago, right? And if I didn't have money to pay for his stuff, he'd be dead right now. So having the money, you need it no matter what. It's like breathing, bro. Without money, you can't survive. So we're just saying, look, get as much money as possible so you can help your family. But as well, you know what? Get experiences too. Traveling, meeting people. Without money, you can't do much in this world. It's sad, but it's what it is.
I don't think the red pill is as materialistic as you're making it out to
I
be.
think it's super
Oh,
material.
it's super.
Myron's
Yeah,
opposite.
even I can
He's
agree to that.
opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Don't even
I think
try,
it's that
Sneeko.
materialistic.
I was gonna say, my thing is, I've always heard this quote, and I love to quote it. It's money doesn't buy happiness, but it's a damn good down payment. And what I mean by that is, for us, when we talk about money and becoming successful, we always say, you know, you got to get in shape, you got to get your money up, and then you got to understand female nature so that you can become a complete package, not to get women, but so that women are a byproduct of your success, so that you project yourself. in the
MF
world in a
Carry,
certain way.
easy game, bro.
And we're
Easy
really
game.
big on guys having like a purpose, because if you have a purpose, then you're gonna every purpose. You have a direction, and when you have a direction, you have a destination. When you have a destination, you have something to work towards. So my thing is, I always tell guys, your value is not determined by the amount of girls you can get. Your value is determined by how much value do you create for the world, and then the women are going to be attracted to that. So we tell guys like, yo, don't chase girls, chase success, and then the girls will follow after that, right? So that's one thing. And then like
Easy
my
game.
thing also is that me, myself, I'm a hardcore minimalist. I mean, I just brought back my 2002 Honda. You know, I don't really own anything nice except for like one Rolex that's a plain Jane. I don't spend really any money except for like in the studio and then my real estate investments. But I think it's important for guys to have the capability to have these experiences you're talking about. So I agree with you 100% that life is built upon experiences, not materialistic things. Now, for some people, those experiences are centered around material things. It depends on the person. But my thing is, I look at it like you need to have that money so that you have the capability to provide those experiences in the first place. And I know what you're saying, like with Tate and everything else like that, that he might not be a good example because it's hollow. He's telling guys get Bugattis or whatever. So I see your perspective on it. But what I would say is that if he teaches a guy how to make money, right, and that guy just needed a kick in the ass to tell him, hey, get out there, make some money, start a side hustle, etc. Well, then that person could decide what they want to do with the money, you know, because everyone makes money for different motivations. Some people do it for financial freedom. Some do it to flex. Some people do it to buy clothes or whatever it may be. And I think materialistic things in general are stupid. But if it makes them happy, even for temporary, then hey, man, do what you want to do. But I think it's important to have that money so you have the opportunity. It's a down payment towards that happiness to some degree is my thing. But I'm a big firm believer that you make the money not for girls, but so that you can go ahead and walk away from girls if they do some bullshit. It gives you an extra air of confidence because, you know, competence leads to accomplishments, which then leads to confidence. And that's the end product a lot of times for making the money. So I want the end product from making the money, not necessarily making the money to chase after the girls. If that makes sense.
Sure. If it, and I guess we'll probably get into more of this in later topics.
Yeah.
If that is the case, I think that's a good message,
Mhm.
right? The goal isn't to get certain things; it's to
Yeah.
build yourself up to a position that those things come to you naturally.
Yes,
That's what you
absolutely.
want, right?
Absolutely say.
And it's a better way to get those things too, because then you really deserve them, you really earn them, and you're going to keep them
Yeah.
because you're not playing stupid games to get a hold of them. I do agree with that, and like I think that there are things you can spend money on to get good experiences, right?
Yeah.
So you guys have been a podcast for like a year and a half.
Yeah.
You have an amazing studio. You've had a lot of success. Like every dollar that you pour into this
Mhm.
is a sense of fulfillment, right? You're not just buying shit to have shit,
Yeah.
right? But you're like actively improving on something that I imagine you guys both probably feel, everybody here probably feels really strongly about. So that's cool. I support that. I think that's a good idea. But you got to admit, when you look at like the plethora, especially around the Tate stuff, when I see all of the advertising for the red pill stuff, it doesn't feel like I hear about that chasing of fulfillment very much. It all feels very
One
materialistic.
thing Tate
to me.
always says that a dork who gets rich, like money just amplifies what you have. So a dork that gets super rich, that's why Bill Gates' wife ends up leaving and take half his money. Because you're just a
I don't
dork with
know
a
if I
bunch
see
of
that.
money. It doesn't make you a better man to have a shit ton of money. You need to be a better man overall, or else you're just a rich dork and everybody
Sure.
looks down at you.
But then it just, the only worry is when you're tracking the metric, like, are you a better man because you have money? Or like you were saying, do you get more money because you end up being a better man? And the second one I think is okay. There are ways you can improve yourself to improve your life to get more money. But if the goal is the money, that's
No, no,
always
no,
going to be
no.
the goal. And when you attain it, like, you're going to be lost.
That is what they
Traditionally, if your
kind of
drive is gonna
promote.
be outside of money, you're gonna win because at that point, you're right. For example, we have a goal board in our rooms, you know, at least in my room. And when I hit each goal, it's like, okay, cool, I feel happy. But then I'm like, what's next? If you hit all your goals, then what do you do? So in that sense, I get what you're saying. But if you're coming from it, you know what? I enjoy the journey to get to where I'm at. Then it makes sense.
Yeah, another thing too is why I tell guys all the time, like, you know, I went on a whole huge rant on this as far as like guys like attributing their value to their notch count or getting girls, is that it's a fleeting win because once you hit, you know, let's say 50 girls, oh, now I need 100. Once you hit 100, now I need 200, you know, and then you're never going to be satisfied because you're always going to want more girls. You're like, I always say the male thirst for, you know, sexuality from women is insatiable. You're always going to want more and more girls. So the only way that you can really satisfy that like drive to conquer is through accomplishing things and then letting women be the byproduct. Because if you're going to go ahead and chase after women, you're going to be a very angry, bitter guy because you're going to be dealing. Chicks are fickle and flaky from the rip. That's just how they are. They're emotionally erratic creatures. So I always tell guys, you go after the success because at least that's in your control. And then the girls are going to come after. I always use Drake as an example, right? So when Drake comes here to Miami, right?
Drake?
Yeah, Drake. What he'll do is he'll have a party, right? And he'll have like 50 to 100 girls show up. And he doesn't pay none of them attention, even though all of them are trying to go talk to him, right? And that's a perfect example, right? Obviously, like on a higher scale, right? But my thing is I want guys to have that mindset where you're so successful that your work speaks for itself, and then girls want to get to come and meet you because he's already created value to the world, and the byproduct of that is the women naturally come to him. So I want guys to strive to be at that level, whether you're the top guy at your firm, you're the top guy on YouTube, you're the top guy in your office, whatever it may be. Like if you look at like sales, right? Like people that work in sales, a lot of times the top salesman guy gets a bunch of the chicks, and it comes from like women naturally being attracted to dominance hierarchy. So my thing is, be the best guy that you can be, and then the women are going to come as a part of that. But when you chase after ass all day, which a lot of guys do, that's where you get that hollowed out feeling that you're talking about, which I agree with. And I said that explicitly many times. You got to become the best version of yourself, and that comes from going
That
to
was
the gym,
pretty
making money,
fucking
and then becoming
stupid.
that
I have
guy.
no
Because
idea
the
why I
other thing
just
too,
did
Nico was
that,
saying,
but
as far as,
I
like,
did
these
it
guys that are,
now.
like losers that make money quickly, maybe they just
Wave
hedged
clear.
on a good ass coin, and then they made the money and they blew up.
Dorks.
They didn't
Wallahi boys,
learn,
man.
they didn't get the discipline,
the hardship of getting it.
Yeah, and they didn't go through the trials and errors of like becoming that guy. Like anyone ever play Pokemon? You do the fucking rare candy trick where you get like 99 rare candy, and you take two Pokemon. You take one that's a level like 5, another one level 5. You train one by going to the Elite Four multiple times, having him get his ass whooped or whatever it may be, and leveling up. And then you take the other Pokemon, you just give him rare candies to level 100.
Come on then, let's go, let's go, let's go, bitch.
He's gonna be weak as fuck. His attack is gonna be weak. His defense is gonna be weak. His special is gonna be weak. It's gonna be terrible.
Okay, I'm dead now.
But when you go to the other Pokemon that actually went through the fights and fought the
Master
Elite
Yi.
Four 120 times, his stats are gonna be way better. So that's kind of what it's like with like.
I mean, to
fast
be
money
fair,
versus
he's
slow problems.
pretty
But if you
fucking
get the
bad
money
at the game.
in a way where you
Not
have to build
gonna lie.
yourself up, then you're somebody. This is why women like, right? There's so many trust fund babies here in Miami, and I'm sure you guys know this.
Holy shit. I will
Yeah.
say that coming to, because my wife wanted to move to Miami and she wanted to be down here. And I've never seen so many, I was talking to Sneeko about this, but I might not see the same crowds of people, but I see so many people and I'm like, what do you guys do for work? I'm like, oh, you know, never. I was like, we're in South Beach. This place is fucking expensive, okay?
Yeah.
Like
I didn't
one bedroom
realize how
apartment is like
much- yeah, there's-
$5,000 a month. What do you mean you don't fucking work?
I
It's like,
know
oh,
that.
and I'm
Yeah,
like, what the fuck?
like
Everybody here like is
New York
coming
money,
from money.
yeah,
it's
the New York
insane.
money or South American money. So like those people, right? Like perfect example. Like I can't tell you how many girls have come on this pod and like deal with those guys, right? And they just tolerate them because they have money because
Oh, shit.
they didn't go through the work to become a man to make that money. So those guys are not like inherently attractive to them. They're just tolerating them because they have money. Versus a guy that made the money, he becomes a fucking somebody. That guy had to learn certain characteristics and had to build character to make that money.
Kill you
That's what's
all.
attractive. I've always said it. Women aren't
Motherfucker.
attracted to money. They're attracted to the characteristics it takes to make a lot of money.
This is one of the reasons why, and I'm only bringing up things you said, not to rag on you, but I don't know how much like trickles down.
Yo,
from
we
this,
have
but,
an
like, there's one reason
AFK,
why I rag on,
bro.
like the crypto bros so much. Like there are
Fair.
people that build businesses, provide a value service to the
for
world, or
fuck's
even
sake.
build YouTube channels. Yours is really good. You've done a really good job of that, and like I respect that. But I don't want to hear financial advice from some fucking loser that bought like some shit coin and made like $2 million.
I'm not
You
even
got
a
lucky.
crypto bro. I
No, I
invest
know
in
you're not. I know
crypto.
you're not. No, you do good content. You do. You've made your shit. Like you've proven yourself, even from an early age. But like, yeah, like hearing some like 21-year-old like crypto millionaires like, oh, I'm gonna tell you what the future of Web3 is. Like, bro, you don't know fucking anything about anything.
Yeah.
Okay. You put 3 weeks of allowance on some bullshit.
Wow,
Bitcoin,
that
and
must have
somehow you're a
been the
millionaire
worst
today.
fucking
Like,
play
you're
ever.
gonna lose that shit in 2 weeks, and it always happens too. Yeah.
And the test is like, you know, if you took that person's money now, would they be able to make it back?
No.
You're
And-
gonna
and that's
play
the- you know,
more.
that's the litmus test.
If the
question
game
that
ends
always-
like,
do you guys say your age?
Yeah, I'm 32.
Okay,
yeah, we'll
I-
play another
I
one.
think we agree on this. If
Yeah.
you could go back to being 20
Yeah.
and you
No
could either
big
have
son,
all
no
your
big
money
son.
now or all your knowledge now, what would you have?
I would take the knowledge.
Knowledge.
Yeah,
100%.
without even a second
Not
thought.
even- yeah,
but
not
if you
even-
take a crypto millionaire and you go back 5 years, you have the money or the knowledge, but they didn't fucking learn anything, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're literally thinking like, well, what can I predict the future? It was like, what did you learn investing in some coin? Like,
Yeah.
you're not reading white papers, okay? You don't even know how the fucking technology works.
Yeah,
dude, you know?
and I have crypto too, so it's like I definitely understand how people can like pump a coin or whatever and get lucky. You know, it is what it is. But like, you know, I would definitely take the knowledge of how to make money
For sure.
over getting lucky and getting the money. So
So Destiny, do you believe in the hero's journey?
Like the Greek archetype or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe it's a story, and to some extent, it's applicable to our lives. Yeah, of course.
So to me, from what I see Andrew doing, he's giving you the hero story. He's been through hardship. You know, he was poor, not successful. He worked his way up. He's saying, you know what? If I can do it, on some level, you can too as well. Would you agree on that or no?
I say that he always disagrees. I said everybody can get rich now.
Come
He doesn't like
on,
that.
Here's the
bro.
problem, okay? With these guys, okay, these guys are on the Titanic, and there's
Fucking
one
Master
lifeboat
Yi,
that can
man.
hold 400 people, and there's
We
10,000 people on the
can't
deck,
win
and they're like, everybody can
4v5
get in
and
this boat.
swing
That's
AFK
not
again.
true. Anybody could get in the
Yeah,
boat. but
FF.
Not all 10,000 of them are getting in. Okay, when you've got like a podcast where guys are talking about here's how you become a millionaire doing this or that or that. Yeah, maybe there's like some percentage of your audience could do it, but 98% of these guys are going to fail, and everybody knows that from the dawn of any multi-level marketing, any online type of advertising, any like encouragement to like get rich doing these things. Like these goals are for 98% of people totally unattainable. Can anybody do it? Probably. Can everybody do it? Absolutely not.
Would you agree though that if I work on myself every day for the rest of my life, I will improve on some level?
No.
So that's what we're
Piece of
saying on the
shit.
podcast. We want guys to improve. You may not become a multimillionaire per se, but you can do the best that you can do.
For
So
sure.
For example, maybe top guys for sales in your area. Maybe like, you know, you're the guy that has like the most, like I want to say, influence in your society. We're just saying like, as a guy, if you can improve every single day, you win because on that level, you have purpose, you have drive, and people see you as, you know, the top G in that sense.
For sure.
yeah. I mean, because if you shoot for the stars, you know, and you fall a little bit short, you're still up high. So that's what it comes down to.
Do you think you've been blindsided a little bit by just seeing like the Bugatti and seeing TikToks and stuff like that?
Well, but that's always like the thing is that's always like the pull in, and I think that's what a lot of the people are after. Because when people start evaluating if they're successful or not, and I'm going to be honest, it happens even in my audience, right? I'll say like, hey guys, like we should think about these political issues like this or that. Some people will just bite like a political opinion out of it, and they don't actually copy any of the underlying thought process. So I'm like, well, fuck, like now I'm kind of disappointed.
Isn't that
But
exactly what happened to you with the Red Pill space?
No, what do you mean?
Like, don't you think you just took the bite-sized little?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, I think a lot of people take the bite-sized stuff because, like I said,
Fuck
and I
off,
admitted
you
at the beginning, and I'll say it
fucking
again. I think there's a
prick.
lot of stuff that red pill people do get right. I think that a lot of people on the left, for whatever dumb fucking reason, are really scared of self-improvement. Like I'm reading articles from the New York Times saying that, like, you know, workout culture has been taken over by the right. Why the fuck is that the case? Why the fuck would the right have a monopoly on improving your body? What a stupid thing. Meanwhile, I go to the left and I'm seeing like health at every size shit. I'm like, oh, well, that's why. Fuck me, I guess, you know? So yeah, I mean, like there are things on the red pill that they acknowledge that are true.
Yeah, you're
But,
gonna
I
come
mean,
to the good side eventually. I'm telling you.
How did
man.
AFF?
there's a quote. Just because one side errs too far, does it really follow that the other side
Watch them
should
say
be
GG now. Watch them say GG.
like the left has fucking ran away for sure.
This shit
But that
drives me
doesn't mean that
crazy.
the right
It's like
has the correct
4v5
answer.
and they're gonna
You're
say
in the middle.
GG. Like, watch this. They're
I'm
actually
definitely
proud
on the
they're
left,
winning.
more on
man.
the left. Okay. So I'll say center left. I'll
watch
give you
this.
that. Okay.
All right,
If I reach really far, I can touch the middle. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and we talked about body positivity before too. I mean, that's one thing that I have like I've made girls like literally get very mad or cry. or
Like,
whatever
I
about
can't
that.
make this shit
Like,
up, bro. I cannot
genuinely
make this shit up.
wholeheartedly believe if you're fat,
It's
you
like,
fucking
yo,
fall. You
it's
deserve
4v5. drive, you
specific,
dumb
you know,
fuck. A
because
good
at the end of
game
the
is
day,
where you are
as a human
compete.
being, especially in a
It's
first world country like the United
competitive.
States, you control every morsel
The
of food that
name
goes
of
into
the
your mouth.
game.
Controlling calories and going to the gym is not that difficult. If you can go to the, you can build a pretty damn good
Awesome
physique
to win,
going to the
but
gym only 3 times per week for about an hour.
if
or
the
an hour
other,
and a
if your
half.
enemy is
And people
handicapped,
will sit
do
there,
you enjoy it?
waste that time playing video
Not
games
really,
or
do you?
eating shitty ass food or doing a bunch of bullshit on their phone, scrolling through TikTok. So, like, obesity is just something that's unacceptable. But yes, I agree with you. Like, that's like considered like on the left, they're like, oh, body positivity, accept you at any size, love your curves. But you know, with the conservatives, they tend to be like, well, being fat is not correct because
I
conservatives
don't give a
tend to
fuck.
be
He hasn't
a
got
little
an
more
offensive
based
name.
in
He can go
reality.
fuck
Does that mean
himself,
that,
bro.
you know,
Like,
are all conservatives right? No. But that's one thing I agree with you that the left is definitely on some bullshit with this body positivity, which I
Alejandro.
think is cancer.
Well, and then like the thing, and I'll push back a little. The thing is that like the core of that messaging is correct. You can, just because you're fat doesn't
Easy
mean you
game.
can't try to improve your health
Let's
in some ways.
fucking
Because
go.
something that'll happen sometimes is once somebody gets a little fat, they'll just lose it. They're like, fuck it. Like, I'm in the overweight, I'm obese, I'm gonna eat whatever. I'm not gonna exercise. My life's over to me. No, like you should love your body. And that should be the big drive to improve it. Even if you
Yeah.
are overweight, you can still love yourself. You don't have to hate yourself. And that should be like the big drive that's pushing you back towards being a healthy person. But somehow, somewhere along the way, that got convoluted or warped into, well, you're healthy and you love yourself, and we can't be having any problems with ourselves if we love ourselves. So if you love yourself, nothing can be wrong with you. Therefore, you're perfect the way you
Jesus
are, and then don't work on
Christ.
anything. So that's always the issue, is that like, and that's what's
Going
happened with some of these
backwards,
left-leaning
bro.
narratives, is that they start off, I guess, kind of like the right ones, where like the central idea, I think, is good. Like if we talk
Yeah.
about like BLM, or we talk about like black issues in the United States, there is truth that things like slavery or Jim Crow fuck with the position of black people today.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
those reasons for why people are in the
I
place they
actually
are
want to hear his
suddenly become
opinion on that
justifications
because
or rationalizations to never improve anything.
Agreed.
And yeah, now the explainer for why you are where you are.
I want to hear fucking Destiny's takes on like Jim Crow, like what he just mentioned, things that existed within the past and they still have an effect today. I want to hear his take on that because I'm not convinced of that. As far as I'm concerned, like black and white people, when it comes to like Western civilization, are on equal terms. Like if his analysis is, well, because they were at a disadvantage, white people were so much ahead of them already. By the time they stopped becoming slaves, the white man was so far forward, and therefore the time it takes them to catch up, maybe they're never going to have that opportunity because the white man is already too far ahead and it's preventing them, not intentionally, not directly, but indirectly from like moving forward. Like if that's the argument, I'm gonna have to like think about that. I don't really know if I even have an argument for that. But apart from that, if it's anything but that, like if there's some kind of like, I don't know, like some kind of rule or law or some shit like that, that I don't know of, like I'm not that convinced there is. Like as far as I'm concerned, like people are on equal terms now. Yeah, it's kind of like saying by the time 1970s came around, the white man was already at in general, say a 5, a 6, whatever. And the black man was starting off at, well, then they were just starting off. So they were like a 1. So now, so if that's the argument, fair enough. But apart from that, I don't see any other way that black people are at a disadvantage when it comes to Western civilization, where is basically where all of this shit is being talked about. Why am I even playing Vex at this point? Need some sound. Sheesh. Still alive. Ooh, huge. Fuck off, Ezreal. Go, go, go. Nice.
You look better this way.
I mean, I can go in. I have ulti. Wow, I'm amazing at this game, aren't I? Literally have one job. Yeah, I know it's a skill shot, but still, it's pretty lame. Stupid. Wow. Oh my god, sweaty big boy. That is a big boy. He is very, very sweaty. Holy shit. Ignite and Aram, yo, respect, brother. Respect. Holy shit. I mean, does he have ulti? Does Nasus have an ulti? I'm pretty sure he does. Yeah, I don't want to ulti him and then he just like presses R and his health is tripled. Fuck that shit. Yeah, thank God we have you there, Gragas. Holy fuck. Nice. Okay, it was worth it, I guess. Oh, oh, oh. Easy game. Let's fucking go. Oh, oh, oh. I got this. I got this. Wow, these guys are really looking to throw, aren't they? Yeah, I don't recommend anybody try and fight Nasus. Like he's dangerous. It's not enough his fucking ulti is broken as shit. Where is he? How many stacks does he have? Not a lot. Jesus Christ. That is a lot of damage. I have ulti in like 5 seconds. Survive 5 seconds, Rebelle. Awful. Everybody run. Never mind. Delete him. Oh yeah, without his ulti, he's pretty fucking dog shit, isn't he? Finally, bro. Got a good team here. Everybody's playing good. I mean, Gragas is legitimately carrying. This is a sweaty fat boy. Sweaty Santa. Sweaty Santa. Look at him go, man. I can literally smell the fucking... I have ulti in like 3, but it's not going to help us. Okay, maybe it will. Wow, I'm just bad at this game, aren't I? Oh, they FF, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm not even gonna say anything. Holy shit. What was that, like 10 minutes? Easy fucking game. Sweaty Santa. Sweaty Santa. Look at him go. Alright, bro. I'm out. I'm out. I gotta go. Right, boys. It's been a good day. Yeah, I've gotta go. I've got like jobs to do and shit. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow, I guess. No, I guess. What day is it tomorrow? Oh, it's only Thursday. Yeah, definitely. Tomorrow, same time, same place. Don't be slacking, okay, guys? Get to work. Get some work done. See you later, bro. Oh, yeah, time is money. Adios.